Good evening, members, officers, and for those of you at home, thank you for joining us this evening. It's really good that you take an interest in the activities of the BCP Overview and Scrutiny Board. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Councillor Steve Bartlett, and I'm the chair of this board. And to my right, we have Councillor Sue Atkins, who's the vice chair. To my left, we have Claire Johnson, who's our Democratic Services Officer this evening. To our right, we have our Monitoring Officer, Richard Jones. So welcome. A lot of people here this evening. I'll introduce people specifically for their areas as we deal with the agenda. And if I haven't introduced you, when you come to speak, please say who you are before you start, just for the first time, so we get to know each other. Okay, so without further ado, I'll hand over to Claire and ask her to read the administrative instructions for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Please note that this meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, sorry, I'll just pause for a second for the feedback. Okay. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the car park at the front of the building. Finally, please could everyone ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on laptops. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. So we could go to agenda item 1, apologies. Do you have an apologies, Claire?
Yes, we've received apologies for this meeting from Councillor Dedman and Councillor Bobby Dove. And we have substitute members for both of those. Councillor Hilliard is substituting for Councillor Dedman and Councillor Adams is substituting for Councillor Dove. However, he's not present at this time.
Okay, thank you. So agenda item 3, members, declarations of interest. Can I ask members if they have any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the sake of good order, and because I think my residents would expect it, I would like to declare a personal interest that I was a member of the local plan working group. Thank you.
Any further declarations? I guess I should also declare, actually, you're having reminded me, thank you, that in the early days of the development of this plan, I was also on the working group. And I believe there might be somebody else in the room that was as well. Councillor, yeah, okay. Councillor Broadhead also was a member. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, town councillor on the neighbourhood plan working group for Christchurch.
Thank you. Is that it? No more. Thank you. Why are all the members sitting on the right this evening? I think Councillor Broadhead's been busy by the looks of it. Okay. Okay. So that brings us on to agenda item 4, public issues. Are there any public issues?
No public issues for this meeting, Chair.
Thank you. So agenda item 5, BCP Community Safety Partnership Annual Report. Now it's a year ago since we last had this report, and this is the statutory requirement of this committee to listen to this report. I think actually under the legislation we are designated as the Crime and Disorder Scrutiny Committee, and that's what the legislation. This board is designated as that committee. Okay, so I would like to welcome Chief Superintendent Heather Dixie, who is the chair of the Community Safety Partnership, and also Cap Macmillan, who is the officer responsible for this area within the council, and also Councillor Karen Wilson, who's the portfolio holder for that. And I'm sorry, I don't know the lady. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me, is it you that will be introducing this, Heather? Or Kieran's going to go first, is he? Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly introduce this item before handing over to Chief Superintendent Heather Dixie to present the report to the board as the chair of the Community Safety Partnership. The Community Safety Partnership developed a 3-year community safety strategy between 2022 and 2025, which was adopted by Cabinet in September 22 and then full council in November 22. The strategy is delivered through the development and implementation of an annual strategic assessments to ensure that we continue to focus on working in partnership on the issues that matter most to the BCP area, using an evidence-based approach. Out of this approach, the strategic priorities are to tackle violent crime in all its forms, keep young people and adults at risk from exploitation, including online risks, work with communities to deal with antisocial behaviour and crime hotspots, including ASB linked to substance misuse, and finally, a priority that was added in July of this year to tackle issues related to violence against women and girls. Annually, as the chair has already mentioned, the partnership brings a report to Overview and Scrutiny to note the progress of the partnership and its priorities. So just before I hand over to Heather, I want to say that in my brief time on the partnership board, I found there is really strong partnership working between agencies and partners, and the passion to keep our community safe has been clear to see in every meeting I've attended. So I'm going to hand over to Heather now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Good evening, Chief Superintendent. Would you like to
Thank you very
introduce
much. Right, good evening, everybody. So obviously, I'm presenting this paper to you in my capacity as the chair of the BCP Community Safety Partnership, having taken over this role in May of this year. This purpose of this paper is to set out the elements of development and delivery by the BCP Community Safety Partnership and its constituent agencies, providing an update since the last report to Overview and Scrutiny panel in December of last year. This forms part of a critical friend, high-level scrutiny as set out in the Crime and Disorder Act 1998. Since the last update, the CFSP has been heavily focused on the development of the Serious Violence Needs Assessment and Strategy for our BCP area, as defined in the Serious Violence Duty, which came into effect on the 31st of January this year, 2023. The report highlights some of the key findings from this work and our approach to work together to tackle this, focusing on sexual assaults and rape, violence against the person, which of knife crime, and robbery and domestic abuse. In addition, the report highlights some of our key achievements, such as a 7.6 reduction in police recorded domestic abuse violence crimes, a 5% reduction in police reported serious sexual offences, 12% reduction in police reported antisocial behaviour, a 37% reduction in the number of young people as first-time entrants to the criminal justice system, and our work to support young people away from crime and exploitation. Our survey to understand the lived experience of victims and survivors of domestic abuse to help shape the recommissioning of services. Our successful application under Safer Streets 5 with the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, with a particular focus on preventing violence against women and girls. And the significant partnership work undertaken by the CSP is one of the key reasons why Dorset Policing Area is the 7th safest area in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, members, you have all read the report. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a belated declaration of interest, because I was trying to get this damn thing to work. I'm on the police and crime panel, and I'm the second of the members that monitors antisocial behaviour and crime, except for violent crime.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Okay, we have a couple of points already raised ahead of the meeting, and Sue Aikenhead, Councillor Aikenhead, you're first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I've got 2 questions, but in a way they are linked. But I would like to say that I really it was great reading the report. It's really good to see the good work that's been done in partnership, and my two questions are about some of the budget proposals that we have going forward with the council, just so as we can get some understanding around the type of impact from you that they might have. So question one is page 20 of the report mentions that we have funding for installation of new CCTV cameras in hotspot locations for preventing violence against women and girls. I just wanted to ask whether this includes the funding to keep them running as well as installing them, or is there a risk that they might be cut if the BCP budget makes a cut in CCTV hours? My second question is, if community safety officers are removed from Poole and Christchurch, what impact will this have on the way the community safety partnership works? Will antisocial behaviour rise in these areas, or will other actions be taken to prevent this?
I think probably I'll address that to Councillor Wilson to start with, shall we? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think Kelly's indicating on the screen.
Oh, is she?
I'm happy to answer
Okay. Yeah, good evening, Kelly. Sorry, I didn't see you lurking there on the screen. Please come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not in the room with you guys. I'm Kelly Ansell.
Microphone's off, Kelly. Microphone's off.
Oh, it's on at my end. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I think we've probably got a technical issue inside the meeting room. So just give us a second, Kelly. Thank you.
Kelly, if it's any conversation, I can hear you on Teams, but they obviously can't hear you in the room.
Okay, thanks, Graham. Can I just check? Can you guys hear me now?
Chief Exec, you're online. Do you want to just, can you come in and so we can just see if your microphone's working?
Yeah, I'm speaking now. Stephen, can you hear me now? I can hear Kelly on Teams. There's obviously a problem in the room.
Yeah, we have it. Yeah, sorry, Graham, we can hear you very, very faintly.
Ah, have you checked the volume button on the screen? Can you hear any better now? Has that got anywhere?
Can you hear me?
Kelly and I can hear each other perfectly.
It's not helpful at all, but I can hear you both.
Well, I wonder if Kelly could just answer the question and I could just mime the answer.
Yes, it's working.
Okay,
Oh,
is that what you're saying now, Chief Executive, because we can hear every word.
Well, I certainly wasn't going to offer to do it by dance, but I will now hand back to Ms. Ansell. Okay.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Kelly. If you want to, thank you.
Thank you. What I was saying was I'm sorry that I couldn't be in the room. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be in the room with you, given the technical issues. But I'm Kelly Ansell, I'm Director of Housing and Communities at BCP. Just to take the first point around CCTV, so the funding that's mentioned in the report is from the Safer Streets funding that Heather mentioned earlier. Really positive for us in terms of the approach to really tangible ways that we can reduce the fear of crime, and also it increases our activity and our interventions in that area. The proposed budget reductions that are subject to consultation, of course, are around the monitoring of CCTV. So that won't impact on this investment that's externally funded, and it won't impact on the ongoing maintenance requirements in terms of CCTV. But it is fair to say that the local authority has a significant budget spend in relation to CCTV, and we're having ongoing conversations with other partners around how we might be able to move to a mixed funding model. There are obviously other agencies who benefit from CCTV in some measure. So we're hoping that we can mitigate some of the budget savings, but at the moment it would be a reduction in monitoring hours, and we would be prioritising our monitoring according to hotspot locations and hotspot times. So obviously, as a local authority, we're absolutely committed to maintaining the CCTV. We understand its role; it's incredibly important, and it's as important to the partnership as it is to the council. But it is one of those areas that that we may need to reduce our cost base on. And I think that Heather might come in on the community safety officers, so CSAS, community safety accredited officers, as we call them. But what we have to bear in mind is that there is some external funding available to us from Department for Transport for CSAS. So what that enables us to do is consider reducing down the core funded but council funded CSAS officers and prioritising according to where we see the biggest demand. What the DFT funding will do is allow us to sustain a provision in those areas where there are transport connections and links to public transport services. So there will be a sustained CSAS offer. And those conversations, again, obviously open to consultation and very much live conversations at the moment in terms of what the resource will be.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's interesting. I actually had this more or less the same question, but yeah, because and of course one accepts that the budget proposals are only that at this time, and they're going out for public consultation at the moment. But clearly, from what I've read, the proposal is to remove the CSAS officers from I think it's Springbourne and from Poole, leaving the core team operating in Bournemouth. And I was going to ask the Chief Superintendent actually what her reaction to the potential cuts in CSAS officers might be from a police perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I can come in on there. So obviously the question asks around whether we recognise that antisocial behaviour may rise in these areas. I'll say that is a risk, without doubt. Community safety accredited officers really do provide a really good service to our communities. They are key to identifying antisocial behaviour in its really early stages. There's an awful lot of work they do around civil orders, community protection notices, that support further down the line sort of criminal offences and try to nip antisocial behaviour in the budget, for want of a better word. So removing them from some of those key areas could have an impact. From a policing perspective, I'd have to be really clear that we couldn't step into that void. We would not have the capacity to be able to undertake that work, as obviously as with cost challenge facing other, public sector services as well. So I'd have to be really clear on that. I think it would impact us both, so both the local authority and the police, around a trust and confidence issue to our local community, to say some areas are less important than others, and why we're focusing on Bournemouth Town Centre. So we would have to manage that very sensitively if we remove some of those services from the areas, and then we would have to think innovatively of how, as a local partnership through community safety team, how we would then tackle some of that work. But it would be a challenge, and I think it would be likely we may see some rises in some places.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to come in on that? Yes, Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I'm very worried about some aspects of that, because I know a lot of work went into getting some CSAS officers for Ashley Road in Parkstone. That's quietened down a bit, but I wonder whether it's quietened down because CSAS officers had appeared there and were known to be around. And, I just fear that things like this could sort of blow up again. I do have another slightly separate question on the topic later on, but on that particular point, I was worried about that aspect, because I think all sorts of stuff was used to get the CSAS officers there. And, I think it would be a shame if we actually completely lost cover.
Thank you. I know you want to speak, Councillor Tarling. I'll bring you in a minute. Just let Council respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to be really clear that there will still be a CSAS provision funded by the Department for Transport in Poole, and particularly around the bus station and in Boscombe. And also to be clear that this is a non-statutory element of the work that we do within the council. We will continue to have antisocial behaviour officers who will obviously work across BCP, and we're proposing some changes to our models of working so that we can, you know, look at more holistic and generic sort of roles in terms of antisocial behaviour. So we make our resources stretch as far as we possibly can. So I just wanted to be really clear about those points. So that it's not the case that we will be completely moving away from those areas. And I would suggest that Ashley Road is an area, as a sort of outlying area that's busy from a public transport perspective, would be an area that we would cover as part of the pool contingent for the Department for Transport funding.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, Councillor Tarling from Christchurch Town. In my ward, we are experiencing let's say a little blip at the moment of antisocial behaviour down to an individual that's known to our CSAS officers and to the police. About 2 years ago, I put my town councillor hat on now. About 2 years ago, town council had reached out to BCP to offer financial support towards a dedicated CSAS officer for Christchurch Town. I just asked that I appreciate there's the whole of BCP isn't parished, but that other bodies are approached for funding if that is the case, prior to decisions being made to cut hours or service, because certainly from my electors, it is probably the #1 issue that I get contacted about, that and planning, to be honest. So we see in Facebook as well, Facebook posts about the state of what's happening down at my fellow councillor, Councillor Hilliard's Mudderford Quay. His problems now moved into my ward, so they don't move far, I'm afraid. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tarling. I think, should we move on to the next one? Councillor Northover. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Northover, Muscliffe and Stratton Park. I wondered if I was looking at the statistics on violence against women and girls, and I wondered, when you look on the general crime map, the sexual offences are mixed in with violent offences, I think. So if you're looking at the hotspots, it's impossible as a general member of the public to see really what's going on there, because you don't know how these figures are made up. Would it be possible to disaggregate them just as an ongoing thing, so we can better understand where these things are happening?
I would think so. Certainly sexual offences, it's a question I've asked as well, around disaggregating between public and private, because the two are very different with regards to like our nighttime economy areas, for example. So yeah, there is no reason why we couldn't. The more we learn, the more we have a dedicated analyst into our serious violence duty who's bringing that data together. Then yeah, we could probably be a little bit more bespoke to make it a bit more clear.
Yeah, and I think in the government strategy it says that one of the aims is that some areas might be able to get money for an app that allows women to say where they feel unsafe. Have we thought about
Yes.
Is that something?
Yeah, we have. That's something we've looked at as well, haven't we?
Yeah, the app's already out there, and it is something that you can do. The issue that we've got at the moment, because we've had a look at it, is it's really clunky at the back end of it. So trying to get the data out is really difficult, and they are working on trying to make that a lot easier, so that we can actually use that data. So there is some going in, but it's very small numbers. But until they manage the back end of that data so that we can utilize it, we don't want to advertise it, because there won't be any point if we can't actually analyze the data coming out of it. So that is something that we're working on.
And we've got to be really careful with that, because we also don't want people to report things or say offences has happened via that app, because it's not necessarily monitored, and we want to get a real clear picture of people reporting things to the police, so we can really understand exactly what's happening. So we need to just work through the detail.
Right, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, apparently we're not all using our microphones, so if we can put them on, please. Right, yeah, Councillor Hilliard, please, you put in a couple of questions before the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It was mainly, obviously, it's not all rosy, but there generally is a rosy picture. And I was looking at the report, Appendix B, the slide 16 in particular, where it says all the different boards, committees, forums, groups which meet. And I give the PCCs regular email, text, whatever, give some updates. But I'm just, the question was, where do communication of the successes, the action plans from these different groups, the outcomes, where do they get cascaded, communicated? And obviously the big thing missing from the report was, again, the next step. So we've made progress, but what is the next step? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny enough, a question sort of I raised when I took over as chair is we know that all this great work is going on in all these different agencies, but there was a real risk that we were having duplication or we weren't quite sighted on exactly what was going on. So certainly when I came to post and working with Kat and Tina, we've undertaken a mapping exercise through the CSP for exactly that reason. So that's in train. It's being done at the moment. I think we're probably going to be finalise it in the next month or so, aren't we? Where we've asked every single agency what it is you do under the CSP priorities, what task and finish groups you have, for examples, and that map will come back, and then we as a CSP will actually sit down and go, right, what is it we need to do? What is the duplication? What can we really make some efficiencies in, and have a real clear reporting structure? And from there, we will have a reporting mechanism that each CSP exec meeting, those boards will have to feed up into us, telling us exactly what the work they've undertaken in the prior months and what they are needing to do, move on for forthcoming months, and if there's any blockers, challenges, all those sorts of things. And then as a CSP, then we can report as one holistic thing. At the moment, some of the groups that we have mapped out that we do know, obviously you've got the MARAC board, which is obviously domestic abuse, that feeds into Kelly's domestic abuse strategic group, reports into us. We earlier in this year set up a serious violence task and finish group, actually, which is probably showing us some real success so far, where we are focused really predominantly on under 18s in relation to knife crime. So we've identified some real young children that are involved or on the periphery of that, where we've done some early intervention work. So we do some police enforcement or some partnership enforcement. We've seen some children come out of that and been diverted, which is a good piece of work, and that continues, and that's ever growing, and it really feeds into our serious violence duty work as well, and all other information through local coordinating groups. Because we as a group say, where is our hotspots, how are we identifying them, and how are we responding to them as a partnership? So all of that is being done. I don't know if you wanted to add anything onto that.
Thank you. Yeah, so we both Heather and I are quite new into this role, so that detailed piece of development work is what we've really been focusing on, particularly around a lot of duplication. There's a lot of new duties and powers that have come in. We want to make sure we're doing what we need to be doing, but actually, is it sitting in the right arena? So if it's around children's safeguarding, well, clearly that sits with children's, and that shouldn't be us that are necessarily taking over those pieces of work. But there are still gaps, and we know there's a lot more to do. So that's why we're just trying to get this really holistic picture. Alongside that, the government's undertaking a review of community safety partnerships and how they link into the Office for Police and Crime Commissioner. So we sort of know it's in our world at the moment, but it could very much change, in which case we would bring a report back to the committee for your oversight and understanding of whether that's changed anything in relation to your roles. There's also some further work on the horizon. So currently going through Parliament is the Victims and Prisoners Bill, and that will come through as an act again at some point, probably end of 24, going into 25. There'll be additional duties which will be placed on the Community Safety Partnership again. So probably we'll have a very similar sort of task and finish approach to understanding what it is we need to do to address our duties under that Act. And obviously we would bring a further update again to the Committee for Oversight, and that's high level scrutiny that you bring to our role.
Thank you for that. Sounds very encouraging.
Thank you. Could I just come in on that as well? Because one of the questions I had is how you link in with the adults and children's safeguarding committees, and does that sort of fit into that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's very much that tightening up all of that, looking at placing Kelly as sort of this SRO, the senior representative on those organisations to make sure that we've got that information coming up, making sure we've got the right level of partners around the table. So Juliet Blake, our children's director, sits at the table to make sure that information comes through alongside adult social care, high level representation. So we're really, really tightening up on our performance. Not that we were poorly performing before, we were doing very well, but obviously we want to make sure that community safety is at the heart of everything we're doing for our communities in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole.
Thank you. Kelly, you wanted to come in?
Thank you. Just to add to that, so I attend the Adults and Children's Safeguarding Board, so we've got that link at that senior level. And of course, community safety, my directorate now sits within within the new corporate directorate for wellbeing across the council, which means that we sit side by side with public health and with adult social care as well, which is really positive. So some good links, and just to reflect really what's already been said in terms of, I think certainly since Kat's come into post, and since Heather's taken up the chair of the CSP, there's been a real sort of journey to mature and to build on the foundations of the partnership that we had there previously. And the hallmarks of the serious violence duty and the requirements have really put us in a space where we're truly taking that public health approach to preventing crime and disorder and tackling those really tricky issues. And just another final point I wanted to make was around communications. We do need to step up in terms of our communications. We've had some really good support recently from our comms team in BCP, but alongside communication, engagement is absolutely critical. So the partners are we're challenging ourselves and each other to make sure that community engagement, working with our voluntary and community sector, working with our local businesses, and we're really sort of expanding that and looking at truly how we work together to improve the response to those issues, and to make sure that we're taking a truly preventative approach to the very difficult issues that we're dealing with in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Just one, sorry, okay, just one other question. It was sort of embryonic, the last report that we had. It was fairly newly formed, and there was a decision to have two separate boards. So you mentioned it in this report. Was it the fact that the additional legislation came out about the violence legislation that caused the changes in the organisation? And will those other two committees still proceed in the future? Or yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So what looked really as though it functioned very well on paper, when we actually got into the operational aspects of it, it didn't function as well. And where we talked about some of that duplication, there was duplication taking places, which Juliet, for example, our Director of Children's, very quickly identified. We've got limited resources, and we need to make sure we're making the best use of our resources. So we paused that, and then obviously, as you mentioned, we had the additional duty that came in around serious violent crime, and that has been our fundamental key focus this year, to make sure we're delivering what we're required under the Act. Going forward, once we've got this mapping piece that Heather's referred to, as we say, that'll identify where there are gaps. If there are gaps, is that because they should be sat on another group and they're not currently sat there, and we need to highlight that and lift and shift? Or actually, is there no one covering that particular piece of work, in which case it's for us to step into that area and look at what we've set up in order to address it? So very much in that storming, forming, reassessing everything that we're doing at the moment to make sure we're getting best use of our resources and focusing our priorities where they need to be.
I think I'll just add that it gives us the opportunity to the CSP with this mapping exercise and by removing those two other structures to make us really agile. So when we identify problems within our community, we can really act as CSP exec to go, this is our priority for this month, and we can set up a task and finish group to focus and understand if further work needs to be done. And we weren't able to flex like that prior. So it's a really good opportunity for us to be really focused on the areas that are causing us the most concern.
Okay, but just one last comment, and that was, you know, clearly there's some excellent work been going on over the last year, and the results appear to prove that. But there was a note of caution in the report that about the data. You know, how good is the data? Is there an element of underreporting? You know, but it's good to see that the data, you know, that sort of reservation about the data and reporting is recognised in the report. So you're obviously attuned to that. But on the face of what's been presented, I was very encouraged by what the board has been doing. Sorry. Just I've missed Councillor Salmon. Sorry, I wasn't aware you put your hand up. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. It's interesting because you were just talking about reporting, and that's what I wanted to raise actually. Because I picked up on that in the summary, the reference to a very welcome reference to not being complacent and considering whether there is a reporting issue. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be the only councillor sitting here saying that we frequently get feedback from residents and businesses in our areas saying that they find it difficult to report, or that they don't think there's any point in reporting because nothing happens. Now, I know that there is a point in reporting, and I'm a strong advocate for reporting, so just so that you know. But I think there's a piece around awareness raising about the importance of reporting that we just can't underemphasize. So I just wanted to raise that and say, hopefully there's always going to be a strong focus on what more can we do to raise awareness of the importance of always reporting, because that does help us to tackle and target with our limited resources, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So we couldn't agree with you more, and certainly from a policing perspective, not just a community safety partnership, absolutely 100% advocate for reporting. It's a challenge I often get as to why I'm not putting police in certain areas, and it's because I say we don't know what we're not being told sometimes. So absolutely, absolutely, people should be reporting to us. This certainly within the CSP as well. It's really a key time for us. We've never been in a stronger position to understand the violence that's happening within our communities, and we have now. We've always struggled to pull data together through different agencies, and this is probably the first time through an analyst that we've actually getting quite a clear picture. But there is still more that would support that, complement that. And today, through the CSP, we agreed funding for health to start bringing some of their data into it for all of health, and so it offers us a really good ability to really understand not just the reporting, but the context that goes with that, and that helps us get into the prevention world a lot more. So children that go on to be serious offenders, we can understand what the key points that got them to that point, so we can get in as an early through education, for example. Violence against women and girls, it touches on your point, councillor, really, again, around importance of reporting, so we can understand. So yes, we need to get better at that. I think comms as a CSP and also policing, we need to discuss that more. You can report online, single online home, you can ring into 101. And there's obviously ways of reporting things through the council as well, which I'll let them comment on because I don't know. But yes, we need to get better at that, at providing those sort of avenues for people to report into it. But yeah, I'm glad to say report, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in briefly on the kind of the data. I think that is something we need to get better at in terms of the recording of it. So something we haven't really touched on this evening is the serious violence needs assessment, which is a fantastic piece of work. Goes into a lot of depth and a lot of detail, but that's because we've had someone working on it, and they've had to manually go through the data sets, look at the reports, read all the reports to dig out, you know, the ages and things. That there should be something we should be able to record that better. I think we should be able to just pick that out straight away. We shouldn't have to go through a whole report in order to get the detail we need to see where these problems are happening, in what age groups, what categories, you know. So I just think that's something that an area which we need to improve on, really.
Thank you, members. Councillor Goodall.
Hello, Crispin Goodall Parkstone. This is a personal thing from me, but you did a survey of residents, well, quite a few, but about their fears, safety, one thing or another. What I'm curious about is, and this is relating to my work as a councillor, is did you ask them when you did the surveys whether or not they felt they were part of their community, if that makes sense? Because one of the things I find on the day-to-day level, it's all very well to deal with the complaints, but actually, I was going to say passing people on, but actually getting them to become active members of their community is actually quite difficult. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So there's two surveys that are undertaken. One's done for the Office for the Police and Crime Commissioner, and that we don't have access to a lot of the data that sits behind that. But then we have the BCP resident survey, which I understand is taking place again next year. And within that, there is a question about words to the effect of, it doesn't sit within my team, but the words to the effect of how strongly do you feel you belong to your local neighbourhood? So you can start to pull out that information. The way that they record the demographic information is really helpful as well. So you can start and look at different age groups, different ethnicities, different genders. It's really helpful for us. You'll see in the reports that we're able to drill down into some data around particular groups that don't feel safe in their neighbourhoods during the day and after dark. So whether it's women's or particular neighbourhoods, geographical neighbourhoods where people don't feel safe. So yes, that information is there. And I can send you the link afterwards to where the previous survey information is, if that would be helpful. And then it's led by the consultation team in the council. So they'll be undertaking that survey again. I believe it's taking place next year, but I will double check and confirm.
Councillor Rice, you're online, you've indicated. Thank you. Can you hear me, Councillor Rice?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I was just on a different. Thank you very much. I'm just turning on my camera. There we go. Yes, lovely report. Thank you very much. Apologies for arriving late. I just wanted to make a suggestion in terms of something additional that could be added. So you have quite a lot of information about deprivation, and there's an awful lot of research that links crime with experiences of poverty and deprivation. There's also a big link between income inequality, and I try to raise this as often as possible, but inequality in itself is a risk factor for crime as well, and I didn't see that particularly in the report. So it would be lovely if that could start to be recorded. We have an increasingly unequal country in terms of wealth, so I imagine it to be continually getting worse, and until that's resolved, then we're going to see more crime, is what the evidence suggests. So it'd be great to start recording that. Thank you.
Yep.
Couldn't agree more, Councillor Rice. There's really clear evidence about the risks associated with growing up in an area of deprivation. This is a summary report, obviously, of the activity that's taken place for the last year. What sits behind it that went to the Community Safety Partnership Executive Board last week is the serious violence strategy to get sign-off for that to go forward. That includes detailed information about those clear links and looking at what we need to do to make sure that we're reflecting that not every community is exposed to the same level of risk or protective factor when they're looking at being either a victim of crime or a perpetrator of crime, or indeed both. So yes, once that strategy is signed off, that will come round for circulation. It's a partnership strategy, not just council strategy, but it does go into a great level of detail around that particular information. So I'd be very grateful for your feedback when you've had a look to see if you think there's any additional bits that we might be able to add to that to strengthen it.
Can I just clarify that. So if an area is in a high level of deprivation, but everybody is equally in deprivation, then you will get a certain level of crime. But if you have an area of deprivation next to an area of high wealth, then that creates crime in itself. Yeah, you've understood. Yeah, okay, lovely.
Thank you, Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I do think that this is an excellent and an interesting report. Given the demographics of my ward, we have a large number of young people living in Camford Heath. So I always take particular interest in how this council works with young people. Although in the main, we really only experience low-level antisocial behaviour, I am pleased that reducing antisocial behaviour is a partnership priority. But if I could make a couple of comments here. The community consequence scheme, and I know that's worked well locally, but I'm afraid this scheme does get a bad press, especially on social media. But in reality, the doom mongers are actually wrong, and the scheme works, and there's clear evidence to support that. So I thought I'd emphasise that. Also, although I do value the work carried out by our detached youth workers, I also think more emphasis should be given on having youth workers who are based in the community at youth centres. And I know that they currently work in the more deprived areas, but it would make sense for me for them to also work in areas where there are lots of young people, because as the paper clearly shows, early intervention works. And I think this should be a consideration for this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Did anybody want to respond to that?
I can't speak obviously on behalf of the youth service, but I'm very, very happy to take your comments away and feed them back to the appropriate officers for you.
Councillor Trent, I think we'll make this the last.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's a few points. One of them, well, actually, I might as well follow up the previous point, because that was one of them I was going to make. One of the things I did at the last police and crime panel was we presented some questions to the Police and Crime Commissioner regarding the dealing with young people, and I was, quite satisfied with the answers we got. One thing that came out of that was that he had applied for some funding, and there appeared to have been two different schemes that have been running for about a year. Some places in Dorset, like Shaftesbury and so on, seem to have applied for this funding quite successfully. This is government funding, it seems. And one of the questions I shared with a couple of colleagues to check out in their own portfolio was, why aren't we applying for what's out there? Because looking at the list of what this funding was being paid out for, it was seriously undersubscribed. There was only about quarter or less than a quarter of the funding actually being used, and it's funding that the government's sort of released, and they must have made a bit of noise about it at the time. I haven't got the names because I haven't got the report from the police and crime panel there, but there were two schemes. I think the Police and Crime Commissioner had only applied for one of those schemes, but they were ones which were very useful. And that leads me on to the other thing, because my main concern is that we prevent young people from getting into antisocial behaviour that leads to crime and so on. But I've got a perfect example in my ward where this time last year there was a major operation going on to stop attacks on buses and so on. And I know that some of the people who were working for the bus companies were quite frustrated with what was going on. That resulted in an operation. The operation was successful. It went quiet for a while, but then for about February this year, we had a hell of a lot of arson. And in fact, we've had some very valuable areas of heathland practically destroyed as a result of that. And an example that was brought up with me over the last month, and I've taken them up with the neighbourhood police team, is that because I've got, in the worst affected area, I've also got an engaged community that actually do, you know, communicate with the police, but they saw something going on. It was catapult attacks on an allotment, and they gave evidence, witness and things like that. The police turned up in force. They then proceeded to drive away after the event, straight past the front door of the youngsters that have been up to no good, that you know, were seemingly quite happy that, oh, we've got away with that, you know, they're not going to touch us again. But the real thing in there is that a lot of the people that are involved in this are very young. They're far too young to be criminally responsible, let alone anything else. And I'm wondering whether we've got a strategy for preventing young people from getting into crime. You've got a section on first time entrance into the criminal justice system. This isn't quite crime, but it's getting close to crime. And all this leads to the stabbings and stuff like that, which we experience given time.
Yeah. Clearly, there's some money around that we can get our hands on. We should be doing it, and I'm sure Councillor Trent will pass that information on to you to follow up on. The other issue about how do we stop now, I did see in your report about the intention to go into schools, and that is clearly one of the areas where you can make an impact at a very early age. And I was interested to find out actually what the plans are there specifically. Thank you.
So this will all come about from the work that we're doing through the serious violence duty. So obviously we're understanding what the problems are, and from there as a group we will then take an action plan, for want of a better word, where we can understand the areas we need to target. Education is absolutely one of them, and we talk about this public health approach, which is getting in as early as possible. And in fact the serious violence duty mandates we have a public health approach. So it will be through education, through youth justice services, because what we want to do is we know that if we don't get in at an early stage, then these children go on to become lifetime offenders. So actually we would end up seeing the benefit of this in a couple of years' time, hopefully, while when we see crime coming down. So I completely agree with the councillor's point, and I think as something as a CSP, we're really focused on prevention.
Thank you.
I know you're really tight for time, so I'll keep this brief. But we did recently just have a Keeping Our Young People Safe conference as well, which was really, really positive. There was multiple organisations there. The Police and Crime Commissioner was there, and it was a really kind of inspiring day. Obviously, the subject matter was quite heavy, but it was, you know, there was a lot of positives to come out of it in terms of what we can do. And I think that would be something that we would like to do kind of annually, or definitely again from my perspective. So yeah, I think there is a piece of work going on.
Thank you very much. Well, members, I think we bring this one to a close now. Thank you for an excellent report, and congratulations on the progress that's been made. For members, the recommendation in the report is that we note the Community Safety Partnership over the past year, and also to note the BCP Community Safety Partnership's priorities under the serious violence duty. Are we agreed to those recommendations? We are agreed. Okay, so thank you again. Nice to see you. We'll see you next year then. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we'll have a quick 5-minute comfort break before we start on the local plan agenda item. Thank you. Welcome back, members. Welcome back, members of the public. So we've now got agenda item, what is it, 6, which is the consultation on the draft BCP local plan and the draft BCP silt charging schedule. Now, we're very fortunate this evening to have a lot of officers here and also some people from the development community. I think rather than go around and introduce everybody at this moment in time, the first time you come to speak, if you could introduce yourselves. We're fortunate enough to have 2 local development, well, I won't say agents, because we have the Chief Executive Fortitudo, Richard Carr, and thank you very much for attending this evening, Richard, and also Ken Park, who's the Managing Director of Ken Park Planning. So welcome to you, and thanks for coming at very short notice. We really appreciate that. The local plan, of course, has been in development now for several years, and it's had significant oversight by a cross-party working group over the several years that it's been going. So it's taken a long time to get to this point. But of course, it is still actually really the starting point for the approval process and then subsequent public consultation. So what we're really charged with tonight, and the focus should be on whether this plan in its current state is actually ready to be presented to Cabinet and full Council, and then subsequently to go out to public consultation. So we need to keep this at a strategic level if we can. Notwithstanding that, there will be, I'm sure, changes suggested by members this evening in the plan. But if we could just keep the debate at a strategic level as far as we're able to, I'd appreciate that. We don't want to get into too much of the detail. So now, with that, I would like to introduce Councillor Margaret Phipps, who is going to present this paper, I think on behalf of the portfolio holder, who is the leader of the council, who can't be with us this evening. But I think, Margaret, you've been leading on the cross-party working group for this for some time, and is very knowledgeable about the work that's gone on behind producing the plan to this day. Just one further note is that, unfortunately, this evening we don't have the 2 main authors of the report here for various reasons. And Steve Dring, I hope you're feeling not too unwell this evening, and I know that he would rather be here, I'm sure, having put so much work into this plan. So with no further ado, I'll ask Councillor Phipps to introduce the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I won't take up too much time. I just want to do really just a general overview of what has happened and where we are now. So we all know the merger of the councils took place in 2019. And because of that, as a new authority, we have a requirement in law to have a new local plan in place within 5 years. And this new plan will simplify the legacy 3 plans that we've got from Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole into a single plan. At the moment, there's about 300 policies in the 3 plans, and the new plan will reduce that to under 90. So we think that'll be simpler for everyone, the council, residents, officers, and of course developers. It also gives us the opportunity to deliver on the climate and ecological emergency. So in early 2022, the council held a big consultation on issues and options for the new plan. And the responses included some concern that we were heading towards becoming a city, whereas residents, clearly as a result of the consultation, we could feel affiliation to the character of the areas where they live. So the new administration recognises that, being called the 3 Towns Alliance, and it aims to reflect the 3 distinct areas within BCP and the individual communities within them in our new plan. Therefore, we changed the emphasis of the plan to be community-based, and we have individual ward policies, which local councillors have had the opportunity to be involved in. We do hope that councillors will feel some ownership of those policies and indeed the whole plan. We think it gives the area a chance to build on its individuality rather than trying to make the whole of BCP the same. This plan is looking at communities first. We're starting from the bottom up rather than the top down. With regards to process, the plan has been shaped by consulting with the public, businesses, developers and councillors, and using national policy. With the aid of our cross-party working group, who reviewed all of the draft chapters, I think it provides a good balance for BCP at the present time. Following this meeting, the draft plan will be considered by Cabinet on 13th of December, and then on 9th of January, full council will be asked to agree it to go out to consultation. If agreed, that would happen from the end of January through February and into early March, a 6-week statutory period. All comments, support, objections and feedback will be reviewed, and if nothing major is identified, they'll be passed to an inspector. However, if the portfolio holder and senior officers believe there is something significant which needs to be looked at, then this can be done, but it would mean at least a further 6-month delay to make evidence changes, to evidence any changes, reconsult and go through the committee cycle again. The draft plan has 11 chapters and is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 is the strategy and general policies covering a wide range of topics, and part 2 is the ward policies, which include allocated sites. The new plan will give the public and developers some certainty about what is happening, whereas currently with 3 out-of-date plans, this council is in a very uncertain place. All of our 3 local plans are out of date. Therefore, currently, any planning applications are determined in favour of sustainable development. I have to stress to you that without a new plan, the council will lose control of planning for this area. We need our new BCP local plan. It's a statutory requirement and it will put us back firmly in control with regards to the location and the amount of development and how that development takes place. I'd just like to finish by sincerely thanking all of the planning team for their phenomenal efforts in writing and getting our plan to this stage. I do know in the background what's been going on, and I know many others that have been on the working group and even other councillors do know how much has happened and been happening in the background. The whole team have pretty much lived and breathed this plan for months. So I do hope you'll be able to recommend its onward journey to Cabinet. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, before we actually get to the debate, I'd just like to outline the process that we'll go through. I'm not going to go through it chapter by chapter. What we want to do, and I'm sure some members will have already prepared some questions that they'd like to address. So what I'd like to do is get a list of those members that actually have got questions ready to ask. Okay, so Councillor Salmon, Councillor Walters, Councillor Tarling, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Northover, Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Moore, Councillor Goodall. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Rice. So that's everybody then, and me. I'll come last. Oh no, and you. Okay, so
is that everybody then?
it's more or less everybody. I'm not sure.
That's good. Good then.
Okay, so we will go right now. What we'll do is we'll go to each member in that turn. We'll debate the points as they arise, and then once you've had your opportunity, that's going to be it. I'm afraid you can still contribute, obviously, to the debate on the other issues that people will raise, but to give it some structure, that's what we're going to have to do. So what we'll ask Democratic Services to do as we go through it, the points, for example, if we all agree on a particular point, if you want to change or something, we will list it so that when we actually come to the end to review the recommendations on the paper, we'll see if those recommendations are valid, given the output of the questioning or whatever from the debate. Okay, now what I will do is bring in our expert witnesses as well. So I just want to suggest,
Chair, if it's okay with you, I've just prepared a short note here
Yes.
of my thoughts. And I've spoken to Richard before this meeting as well, and other colleagues across the profession. And if I could just briefly outline some of what our concerns are. They are concerns, but they're to help the local plan process so that we all get a local plan that's fit for purpose and one that meets or gives us the development needs we need to meet the needs of the community moving forward. So I don't want to slip the detail of it. I just want to talk about the approach.
Okay, what I'll do is we'll go through the members' questions first. If you want to contribute to the debate on those particular issues, please indicate and I'll bring you in appropriately. When we get to the end of the debate, I'll give everybody else an opportunity to fill any gaps if they wish to. Okay, so don't worry, you will get an opportunity, but I want to make sure this is a member-led debate, and so I think that's what we'll do. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So we said that then. I think we'll start off with
Councillor Salmon.
Councillor Salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to just very briefly start by saying a big thank you to everyone, all the officers and everybody who's contributed to this panel. And I really do get what Councillor Phipps was saying about how much work has gone into it, and also how important it is that we move this forward and don't delay it unnecessarily. I have one area that I want to look at and ask some questions about in particular, which is around our ambitions for reducing the carbon emissions associated with development. And I have some questions. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask them all in one go because they're kind of all connected. So hopefully they'll make sense. So I'm aware that there's been a lot of work done on what we can ask for in terms of achieving zero carbon, and there are concerns around viability, and that's the main reason why I understand we've been told we can't have a zero carbon target for new residential or non-residential buildings in the plan. I understand that the figures we've got say that we're looking at an uplift of £5,000 to £10,000 per property if we were to impose zero carbon targets on residential. First question is, why are these higher than other studies have put them? Because there are studies that BEIS 2022 study, for example, gives an additional cost of 1 to 2.5%, which is a lot lower than that figure that we have locally. And I wondered if the that uplift of 5 to 10, does that that calculation, has that included any of the savings that can be put in place for developers in terms of things like if you're building zero carbon homes, you wouldn't need to connect to the gas network, and so there's a saving to a developer on that. And then the sort of extra sort of part of that question is, how are other local authorities able to implement policy on zero carbon homes without such viability concerns? For example, we have several examples of adopted local plans where zero carbon is included. So in London, it's been included since 2016. In Cornwall, they've introduced all residential net zero carbon policy this year. In Reading, it's been in place since 2019. Bath and North East Somerset were adopted earlier this year. So why are we so different from all those disparate places in terms of viability? That means we can be ambitious and also apply the same standard. Sorry for the very long question.
You want to answer? Sorry, you're going to go to officers first and I'll come back to you. Okay, so Margaret, is there anybody that you'd like to nominate to answer that one? We will start with the easy questions first, as you notice.
No, I think who would like to take this one? Is there anybody?
Paul. I think all I can say at this stage, obviously, it's unfortunate Steve isn't with us, as he would have this chapter and verse, but I'm Paul Feely. By the way, good evening, everybody. I'm the Interim Director for Place. about to hand over this role to Wendy, who's sitting to my right next to Councillor Phipps, Wendy Lane, who's the new Director for Planning and Destination. The only comment I've got to make at this point, I think, and it'd be interesting to see how Richard and Ken respond to this. I think we've taken our own consultants' advice on viability. We're advised that it's about £5,000 to £10,000 per home, which relates to about 1 to 2% of a value of a home. So we're basing it on that evidence. And I think part of the challenge that we may well have at the public examination in front of an inspector is where do we get our figures from? What is the evidence behind that? What is our development community telling us also about viability? And how do we achieve all the other things that we've got to achieve through the planning process? Bearing in mind, of course, that the climate emergency is a central theme of the local plan. It's got to do so many things. Climate change, we're hoping, is a golden thread, if you like, through the document. But I suppose ultimately there's a balance that we need to draw, and some of the restrictions or the areas of limitation are really driven by national policy and how far a local plan can actually push the boundaries on occasion. But Chair, whether our dear colleagues might.
Yeah, Mr. Carr. Thank you.
So I'll be pleased to tell you that Fortitude have not installed a gas boiler since 2017, and all of our properties are basically heated by air source heat pumps. One of the big issues now facing the industry is there's not enough power infrastructure to power air source heat pumps, and we are coming across this not just locally but nationwide now. We do a lot of roadside retail, which has all gone electric, and the grid is no longer up to the job of taking all of the electric power that is now required. And I think that was the driver why the government moved cars back, because they know that if we carry on the pace that we're going, we won't be able to charge everything we're going. I'm happy for the zero target, but I'm not sure, to be honest with you, whether that is a realism in the real world. And I say that to you because although our homes, and if you take Pool Key, Vespasian is something that we all know, that property, but we've just finished, so 64 apartments. As I said, it's all air source heat pumps, but one's got to be realistic and know where that electricity is produced, and still a substantial amount of power is produced with fossil fuels. So whereas I can say to you, we've not installed gas since 2017, the realism is that we're still creating a lot of our electricity with fossil fuels. So I think that certainly all the developers that I know, and certainly ourselves, because it's a unique selling point. It's a good thing when we don't have gas boilers. You know, when people come to buy their first time home or an apartment, or even an expensive apartment, the people that bought, we built 4 luxury apartments in Martello Park. All 4 of those people all moved down from London to here to retire. One of their real requisites was that it was powered by air source heat pumps. So I think most developers, and certainly all the ones that I know, want to get to a net zero position, because what drives that is the USP. And I think that it's important, and this is why I believe in market forces. This is why I'm not particularly keen on this local plan, because I think it's too prescriptive. It's in an entrepreneur's interest to create carbon neutral homes, and I really want to emphasize that to all of you tonight, because I do think that that's a very important point going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you.
Councillor Phipps,
Yeah,
followed by Jess Gibbons, and then I think did you indicate there? Sorry, no. Okay, thank you, Councillor Phipps.
Just wanted to sort of add to it, because I was going to ask the developers what they thought, but you've done it. But it was also that we have had viability consultants look at this, and they do say that that is the cost per home. But if that's correct, it means we'd have to remove our affordable housing targets across a lot of BCP, and we'd have to zero rate SIL as well in some instances in town centres in order to have a policy for zero carbon homes that are expected to be built anyway. But by 2025, the government is seeking to bring in what is called a building regulations change, which is future homes, and that will require zero carbon ready homes anyway. So we just have to be a bit careful in a way what we're doing here, because if the government sticks to its promise to change the building regs, the costs will come down and zero carbon ready will be built with affordable housing and SIL. So we do understand councillors' concern, and what we're trying to do here is show that we do mean business and we are looking for zero carbon, but we are trying to take into account what the government is going to do anyway with the building regs. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Just Gibbons. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want at the risk of repeating what Councillor Phipps just said. Sorry, I'm Jess Gibbons, Chief Operations Officer, for those that don't know me. I just wanted to say that we have slightly tweaked, I think, since maybe the version that people are seeing, the report to show that we are expecting zero carbon homes or zero carbon ready homes to meet the 2025 building regulations. And so that is a requirement now in policy. And I believe a version of that was sent to you, Councillor Salmon, by Steve Dring on Friday to show, following your questions to him.
Sorry, so can I just clarify, because I'm not sure I have seen that, that the tweak you're talking about is that the local plan will say that new homes have to meet the building regs 2025.
Oh, carbon zero ready for 2025.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that. Yes, okay, thank you.
I'd just like to, I appreciate, I think that your specific questions have not been answered, have they? Because you were after what basically was the net cost after taking into account saves, and you also wanted to know why other authorities seem to be way ahead of us. So
Sorry, Councillor, sorry, Chair. Let me come in on that. So sorry, the reason we can't. So you mentioned London, you mentioned Bath and North West Somerset and Cornwall. Our land values and the build costs are different compared to here in those areas. We have a very unique, and I'm sure the developers here will be able to explain this better than I can. We have a very unique market in that our land values are quite low, but our build costs are very high. And that makes it very difficult in terms of the price differential, and that's where the price differentials are between us and London. And us and those other areas that you mentioned. And we're also looking to build on brownfield. We don't have those greenfield sites. Greenfield sites do make viability far easier, particularly around the carbon zero.
Yeah, okay.
Might I just come back on a couple of things?
Sure.
So thank you for your answer about you addressing moving away from gas towards air source heat pumps. I think where we're missing in all of that conversation is the fabric first approach that reduces demand, and a zero carbon target does in other adopted local plans include a fabric first approach. So you reduce the demand that the development requires in terms of energy before you then worry about how you meet that energy demand. I understand the answer is always that, yeah, it's different here in terms of empathy. It is interesting that there is a wide variety of places across the country that have found it to be viable to put a target in on zero carbon homes. And
can I just give you an answer to that quickly? But I was listening to what Jess
you could just
sorry,
yeah, please.
Sorry. Well, via the chair, if I may, just at one point, is that you mentioned London, you mentioned Bath, you mentioned Reading, and you mentioned Cornwall. I'm pretty sure, well, certainly the first three, the price per square foot of your average 1 or 2 bedroom house there would be substantially more once it's complete than it would be here. So therefore that gives much more viability. Do you see my point? The finished product would be worth a lot more in those towns than it would here. I mean, like, you still, I mean, although land is extremely expensive and build costs are extremely expensive, we're only still at about £475 a square foot finished product. For example, I'll use Paul Key again. And so I think if you go to London, you'd be looking at probably £1,000 a foot. If you go to Bath, you'd probably be looking at £700-800 a foot. Go to Reading. Reading was at £650-700 a foot. There's been overdevelopment there, so there's a bit of a problem there. And Cornwall is fetching huge figures now. Yeah, so that is another factor that needs to be taken in. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Okay. So just to go back to a couple of other things that were said, there was discussion about the fact that the zero carbon will come in as part of 2025 building regs. I'd just like to make the point back that the current Bournemouth local plan, there was a similar set of circumstances in 2012 saying, oh, well, building regs will deal with this in a few years. That then didn't happen. We can't be sure that the government will do what it says it's going to do at the moment. We're going to see it, almost certainly see a change of government in the next year. There have been rollbacks on green pledges in the last few months from the current government. There's a lot of uncertainty. I think relying on something coming down from national government isn't really being ambitious enough. We have, as a local authority, declared a climate emergency. We need to be taking it seriously. We don't have any concrete targets in the current local plan as to how our new buildings are going to achieve reductions in carbon emissions. And I'm afraid I feel that it isn't strong enough and we need to be more ambitious. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you. What I would say is that there's a very strong theme running through the whole plan about addressing the climate emergency and sustainable development. It's throughout the whole plan. So I think your point is well made, but I think that is the thing that I picked up more than anything else about this development plan, is just how strong it is on the climate emergency issues. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to come back first. I don't know if you're coming to me for my questions, whether I did indicate I wish to respond to Councillor Salmon. Firstly, I agree with our guest here about there is a financial incentive for developers to do that. And firstly, I think zero carbon is a bit of a misnomer. There's no such thing as zero carbon. There's offset to get you to there. But as a production of steel, production of concrete involves burning fossil fuels at the moment in this country until they shut down steelworks and start with these electric arc furnaces. Again, as mentioned before, we don't have the power to run them. We will be using carbon for a long time. And also mentioned here, the building regulations, and currently, and every year that I've been involved in big building regulations, the target emission rate has been moved to the point where air source heat pumps have been the preferred method. However, it may not be the method for the future, and I would agree with comments made about it being too prescriptive. I'm currently working with a company that's working on a very large green hydrogen project, and one of the options that's been proposed is running gas boilers off a hydrogen or hydrogen hybrid thing. So if we throw out all of our boilers or infrastructure for boilers, and we suddenly find out we've got all this green hydrogen we can be using, we've missed a trick there. So again, for my part, I think that part L of the building regs is the tool, which is not part of the planning regulations, is the tool that we use for getting to the zero carbon idea. Thank you. Chair, do I go on to my questions now? A real nitpicky thing, firstly, in the plans that were presented to us, the hyperlinking of the document I'm very happy with, except there's no hyperlinking on part 2. And just ask that that's done, that we do a bit more of that, because it makes it a lot easier to read. And being on the planning committee, jumping around a document online is an absolute head scramble when you're trying to do it. So that would be quite useful to have on there. And a note that there's no key on the maps, but reference to it, particularly my ward, Councillor Michael Tarling, Christchurch Town, flooding zones are not clearly shown on our area. And I think that I'd like that to see. That's the statement. Questions, apologies, I've got a few. I will go through them one by one if that's all right. A number of members of the planning committee have raised an issue about the affordability tests and the role of the district valuation office. And I've since done a bit of digging into the MPPF Well, section 58 of the NPPF goes on to say that a viability assessment can be submitted by an applicant. But it then says, and I quote, "The weight given to a viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker." And one thing that we have been presented by our officers, that viability assessments are cast in stone. They're not for questioning. And the RICS in one of their recent reports quoted that there's almost a destructive circle, vicious circle, that viability assessments effectively push up the price of development land. And to my end, that role of the DVO in the viability assessment is effectively cranking up the prices so that social housing providers and local authorities, should they care to build social housing, are finding that land prices are being increased. And I just ask our planning strategy team to just have a look at that part, section 58 of the NBPF, and policy H2 on page 20 page 220 in the report does refer on to that. So I don't particularly want a response on that. I just think it's something that I would like to maybe get a written response if possible on that from our planning policy team.
Yeah, I'll just go back on you. I mean, in terms of points that we want to raise against the local plan, and there is a considerable amount of narrative in the report about viability assessments and the way they are conducted. So if you do have concerns about that process, then it's something that we might need to point out as a recommendation. But is it something you feel strongly enough you'd like it to be addressed formally, or are you just happy to sit back and just ask?
I'm happy, Chair, if I put this in writing. In fact, I have copied in the portfolio holder into a recent email on this exact same method, and a couple of members of the planning committee who raised this with me upon a number of assessments that we'd see, or applications that we've seen come through, that have been told that there's no contribution because of viability assessments. And unfortunately, I think it is just increasing the cost of development land. I appreciate it's something that for our developers, they don't suddenly want to see the land that they bought 5 years ago. Suddenly the viability test has pushed the value of the land down, but it needs to be phased in so that everybody is buying land on the same playing field. So I'm happy to put that one in writing, Mr. Chair, rather than get a response now, because I appreciate there's a lot to get through tonight. So I'm happy for a written response to that one. A fairly minor one regarding page 238, operational area. In a previous life, I used to work for Manchester Airport Group, related to Bournemouth Airport, and there's actually an anomaly on Bournemouth Airport, the fact that we can't do transatlantic flights from Bournemouth due to the end of the runway. Effectively, it encroaches on that, and the operational area doesn't include that area. It's just a fairly minor point. Again, I'm happy to put that into writing. I don't know if that's something that could be written into the local plan, that map. A general question on the sill. Various points in the document, it refers to the sill per metre squared in the document. It isn't clear whether that's referring to metre squared of the ground floor or footprint of the building, or the total internal area, or the external area of the plot. And obviously that's some very different points. So I would expect to see a glossary or terms of reference to clarify that. I must admit, I read through it a couple of times, but sill regs, thank you. But again, that would be quite useful to have in there. Thank you. On page 258, the BCP, the bus infrastructure, I note that again the plan shows that bus routes stop at Sainsbury's in Christchurch and don't go into Highcliffe or Mudderford, albeit it's not my ward. We do have a lot of people who travel out of my ward to the east, onto New Milton. At the moment, I believe there is only one possibly 2 bus services that go east out of Christchurch. I would like to see reference to that made and a review of that. It's very important to some of the especially the older residences residents in Christchurch. One thing we're finding, and for a while now, since the SPD has come into place for parking, is that it's on page 260 of our report. The ratios are given for parking spaces and cycling, and we've had a couple of applications come in where we have bent, let's just say, the numbers, or not considered the ratios as cast in stone. I would like to see. I understand that an element of flexibility is required in that, but I'd like to see somehow written down, what weight we are supposed to give to the SPD in those situations. We've been told many times in planning meetings that it's a target. It's not necessarily a thou shalt. It's a should rather than shall. And I think that would be quite helpful for those on the planning committee to know that that's the strategy. Last one on page 338, which is the Christchurch town part. The map shows an area CT4, which is the Two Rivers Meet area and the gasworks. As we know, there's now this area of the Civic Centre. As we know, that's all up for development at the moment. In fact, there's an application, I believe, coming in for the gasworks, and we are disposing of the Civic Centre. But it also includes for Two Rivers Meet Leisure Centre. In section D, part 2, it does mention the leisure centre and the provision of parking, I think it says for it, is to be maintained. However, I would like the plan to really reflect that, and in fact that was picked up by myself at our area consultation, that I believe that the plans were wrong, and I'm disappointed to say that it hasn't been amended. Thank you. That finishes my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tarley. Just to make a couple of points. I have noticed myself that, for example, the page numbers on the report disappear halfway through the report, so that, there are some editorial things that need to be done, as are a lot of the maps, and I'm sure there's a lot of finishing off actually to do to things like maps in the plan. I think a lot of what you've said are things that you want officers to note and accommodate within the report if necessary, rather than have it require a debate. And I think you've indicated you're happy to take a written reply on that basis. So we don't need to list specifically a change in the plan as a result of your queries. They're points that you wish to make for adoption.
Unless there's objects to them.
Yeah. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate, it's a long meeting, and I don't, obviously not going to go into detail about everything, but the process that we've had as councillors, we've had our workshops on our respective wards. We haven't, as individual councillors, had a workshop about the overall policies. And as Councillor Salmon mentioned, and you mentioned, Mr. Chair, about the golden thread, you have to look quite hard to see the golden thread on climate change. It's there in bits, but you lose the thread at points. It's not as golden as people think. It looks brassy in bits to me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salmon, I'd just like to come back. I forgot to ask you actually, the point that you said about reduction of carbon. Is that a point that you want further effort in the report? Is that something you more specifically are not happy with, or is it something that you just like officers to consider as they develop the plan a little further?
I would like to see us incorporate a target of zero carbon in line with other local authorities that have done similar in their local plans. And I mean, for example, one that particular one to look at is Cornwall, who've this year produced as a document, a development plan document, which specifically sets that zero carbon target. As a result of their climate and ecological emergency. It's very explicit, the link between those two things. And I do recognise that our new draft local plan does talk a lot about the climate emergency, and I really welcome that emphasis. I really do, and I'm very appreciative of the work that's been done there. What's missing is a translation of that into some measurable, quantifiable things that we will require of development. There's a lot of fuzzy, we need them to try and do this and have a look at that, and I think it's going to end up being extremely subjective when it comes to determining planning applications what actually is required from a new development to achieve reductions.
Okay, thank you, councillor. So we'll just make a note of that. If could you just make a note of that one so we can come back to that? Yes, Scott.
Well, while you were talking then, I was thinking about, because I've read the whole thing over the weekend, which is pretty tiresome, I got to be honest. And I listened to what you've just said, but there are some things in here that don't really conform to wanting to make us carbon neutral and to reduce the use of cars. For example, in this document, it says no drive-through restaurants. So that could be a coffee shop, a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Kentucky Fried Chicken, whatsoever in BCP. So if you've got two screaming children in the back of your car that want to go to McDonald's, are you not just going to drive to Fordingbridge Picket Post, go to McDonald's? And surely that's encouraging the use of cars. And I do think that there are certain things in here. I mean, you talk about the golden thread or the brass thread, and I do think there are certain things that are really contradictory and don't help I think your laudable ambitions, to be frank, by being so, again, prescriptive. And this is one of the things that I'm hopefully I'm going to get 5 seconds at the end to make a point on this, but I think it needs to be prescriptive in certain areas, but not in other areas. And I think it needs to have joined up thinking. And I think in a lot of areas, there isn't joined up thinking. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So I think what we'll do is we're just going to go back to the point that you made, Councillor Salmon, and ask members if they would support us including the requirement to put in some kind of specific target. And that will form part of a recommendation that we have at the end. So I just want to, have a little debate about that. If we're in agreement, we can all say we're in agreement, and we can put it in on the end. And then when we come to the recommendation later on, then we'll have a formal vote on it. But otherwise, we could be, voting all night. So it's just a question of collecting those points that we think we're agreed on. If you are, then. Anybody in disagreement? Members? Councillor Tully is in disagreement with a specific target. Okay. And so is council.
Likewise, yes.
Sorry, you're?
Yes, again, it's because if it's too prescriptive, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'd like to suggest.
Yeah, please go
on. I'd just like to suggest a compromise. I wonder if we could recommend to officers that they relook at the possibility of a specific target, but as long as it doesn't compromise affordable housing and self-funding.
Councillor Phipps.
I'll just comment on it. I think it was mentioned, I think it was by Jess, that we have already had a look at this. And while it isn't actually before you, I would just want to tell you that we are looking at amending policy C2, which is sustainable construction and low carbon energy. And I think that is the policy that Jess suggested might already have been sent to you because you queried it, but I don't think you say you haven't seen it. But I don't want to read it. It's a lot shorter than the one you've got, but it basically says that all proposals for new homes, conversions and non-residential buildings must contribute to tackling climate change by ensuring they demonstrate through the application of energy hierarchy how they would minimise operational energy use and carbon emissions. And to do this, proposals for new homes must demonstrate through the design and access statement or the council checklist how the homes will be built to be zero carbon ready. That's what we're suggesting that we can change this to. And B, non-residential buildings, including conversions and changes of use, must achieve the following BREEAM, I think it's that acronym, ratings: very good, up to 1,000 square feet net floor space, excellent, over 1,000 square metre net floor space. And then there's something about retrofitting existing buildings as well. So we are trying to do our best here, but we have to be aware of the future homes coming forward. And we don't really want to shoot ourselves in the foot if we can help it. So we're on a bit of a tightrope here. We're listening and we're trying to do something for councillors because we understand where you're coming from. But the amended policy does say we require zero carbon or carbon ready. But really, we are thinking we should potentially wait for the government. But, you know, I just wanted to put out where we're trying to come from with this to help.
I'm going to bring in Kim Park first.
Thank you, Chair. The whole strategy of this plan is to meet the housing needs that it identifies for the plan period and other needs as well. And there's been a couple of choices of how that can be done. And the choice that the plan is advocating, whether or not I agree with it, is not the point just right now, is a brownfield land first approach. And that's fine, that's in the MPPF, and that's you know, I agree completely with that. If brownfield only can meet those needs, and that's where the issue may well be. In order to have this brownfield first approach, this plan needs to be way more flexible than it currently is, because all I read in it is restriction after restriction after restriction. Currently, under the current plan, which is fairly flexible, albeit out of date, development sites are stalled. How many gap sites are there in just Bournemouth Town Centre with decent approvals on them, but they can't be delivered due to reasons of viability? If you want to realise the ambitions of brownfield first, for the amount of development that you're suggesting, and this is without even going into the detail of the specific sites, because I could question each and every one of them, right? So just congregating all of the sites that your team have identified as being available, most of them aren't, like Stony Lane and Christchurch, for example, aren't available because of flood risk. But even that aside, the intensity of development you need to meet the needs that the plan says are required to be fulfilled with all the various restrictions in place ain't going to happen. It's just for viability reason. And the more you add on the demands and the needs and the competing needs, yeah. So I'm not saying don't do it, but it can be done in a way that's flexible so that each application is assessed on its merits. So an application site might not be able to deliver zero carbon. That doesn't mean it should be refused, because it might be delivering something else which is needed, employment opportunities or much needed housing or a nursing home or something like that. And so you need to have flexibility. This is what the planning system is here to do, is to introduce flexibility. And if you want to do this brownfield first, which again in itself is sustainable development, and that's fine, that's for the council to defend and appeal based on needs, but you need to really, really, really relax across the board on the general development criteria and general development policies. Development will be permitted subject to being acceptable and appropriate is enough, and that's the way the current system works. And your officers are, you know, they interpret those policies very, very strictly on a site-by-site basis, depending on the individual context of that site, its surroundings, its townscape, whether it needs parking, whether it doesn't need parking, all these various things go into the decision-making process at that stage. But if you're saying now, well, we can't have any development over 4 stories high, chaps like Richard here aren't even going to bother trying to put in an application or doing a pre-application or bringing sites forward or investing in this town, because there's no point, because the answer is no before you even start. It costs a lot of money to even work out whether a site is viable to bring forward under the current regime. And by just stacking up all these restrictions, it's major problems, major problems.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Parr. It's an interesting point, and I'd just like to comment on it, because the plan does actually say at page 290, a viability appraisal dated 2023 shows the plan is deliverable. So an assessment of viability has been conducted and a report supports it. I haven't seen the report, but that would appear to contradict the view that you have. But it is a very, very important point, and I'd be interested to get an officer's response to that, because clearly your view is that the plan is not deliverable for the reasons you've said, and we do have. Are we?
Yes.
Sorry, hang on. Councillor Salmon, would you like to come back?
Thank you. I mean, I'm very interested in what you were just saying, Councillor Bartlett. So it's difficult, isn't it? Because these things are all interlinked. But so I'm trying to pick up the thread of where we got. Councillor Phipps, you said about the zero carbon ready, and I have read that. I think my concern is, and I did refer to this earlier, is that I am not clear how that is assessed. There are some clear standards available out there that say net zero carbon, taking Councillor Tarling's point about what zero carbon means, but there are recognisable, sort of quantifiable things that we can write in that mean the same thing to everybody. I'm worried that zero carbon ready is quite open to interpretation and quite open to quite subjective and different outcomes when you come down to an individual planning application, and that's why I would advocate for a stronger, tighter, clearer target. But that's probably all I would say.
Okay. We asked specifically about the target, if you think that's necessary. Then we had some people that wouldn't agree to that. So I think what we need to do, is either have a vote on that, or we park it and you accept that we have a response from officers at another time, or you challenge it in another forum as a plan. It goes out to public consultation. So it's up to you. What would you like to do?
Is it all right with the colleagues who want to come in to say what they want to say?
Councillor Train.
Yeah, I must admit I've been here before 10 years ago on a working party in the Poole local plan, although it wasn't delivered in my time on Poole Council. And at the time, the government, or the previous government, had set a target of 2016 for zero carbon homes. And my proposal at the time was that we should introduce our target a year before, so that pool developers would have a chance to get ahead of the game. And I thought it would benefit local businesses. Unfortunately, the coalition government decided to scrap the 2016 target, and it never happened. And I'm a little bit worried about the 2025 target. But personally, I think a target is useful. The actual cost, I was at the opening of a BCP sponsored development. It was a partnership between BCP and a private developer, and I'm pretty certain that the extra cost of providing the zero carbon accommodation that was being opened was about £3,000 per unit, but that was 24 units. So obviously you can kind of scale down the extra cost if you do larger developments. Most developments that we come across locally are 14, 15, 20 or whatever properties on one site. So I think it's scalable. I feel I don't know enough sort of fine detail as to how things work and how they don't work. And it would have been really useful to have had a series of exercises to find out how this works. But I personally do favour having a target, because otherwise, if you don't have an ambition to achieve something, then there's always someone that will kick the can down the road further. And I think that we should be ahead of the game, partly as I would have been arguing 10 years ago in Poole, to help our local development industry get a handle on what is going to be the requirement anyway. But, you know, I think if we actually set a target for these developments, maybe in line with what the government is telling us they're going to do. But I do think that we should have a target and not just let things drift on.
Okay, Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to page 169 of our report, which is the sustainable construction and low carbon energy. About 10 years ago, probably more, 15 years ago, I attended an eco-build conference, which is on industries, sort of was then sort of large conference. And I attended a lecture on sustainable construction methods and technologies. And one presentation I remember by DuPont introduced a plasterboard which had wax beads in it, which did phase change, which then absorbed heat out of hot rooms and then released them back into a room as it cooled to take out the diurnal changes in room changes. Subsequently, straight after that, there's a presentation by Lafarge Concrete that says, well, concrete does exactly that. So just the point I'm making the point.
Can we bring this up a slightly more strategic?
So the point being is that this was 15 years ago. One technology came out, so actually we've got another technology, as in an old technology, which actually is better and cheaper and already works. So I'm satisfied that this page here does set out our aims, and do any of the other councillors know what we're actually talking about, what a target would be, what units are we measuring it in? And that's the question, because you say a target, but what? 0, 1, 2. But as I learned in science at school, you got to quote your numbers. In the building regs, part L2, it quotes kilograms of CO2 per metre squared of building.
Okay, let's not get into
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you didn't want to debate this.
I think we're uncertain clearly of how we should proceed on this at the moment. So I'm gonna move on just for a minute to the next speaker, and we'll come back to this if we have to. Councillor Waters.
So there's been a few mentions today about the fact that we're building houses that require a lot of electricity to be generated that we're not generating. And there are mentions in the local plan about generation of electricity throughout the conurbation. It mentions in the plan opportunities for onshore wind, but there are no mentions of offshore wind. Now, that might be because it's not relevant, because it's not within the conurbation itself. I'm just wondering, is it appropriate for us to have mentions of offshore wind? And if it is, can we do so?
Chair, slightly beyond my experience, but I think we have, is it the Marine Licensing Organisation that deals with offshore wind? So the planning process is sort of taken away from the onshore local authorities and very much driven by government and the licenses that through the council. Thank you, Councillor Phipps. So I think there is a planning process involved, but I think we're probably stakeholders in the sense of we might have a view to express through that process rather than having a determination in that process.
So Waters?
No, that was everything on that sense. When we were mentioning the green infrastructure in the development, I was wondering if we could add into it that developments near rivers that are also could be a SANG as a development near a river, if we could improve facilities for swimming. I say that specifically not to go into the detail of individual facilities around the conurbation, but that would allow us to designate certain rivers as designated bathing spaces, which would in turn allow us to enforce and fight against sewage companies polluting into our rivers.
That's the Phipps. That's quite an original idea. Has that been considered? Do you know? And is that something that you would consider?
I'm not too sure. I wonder if that sort of thing is more localized, you know, if you were doing something in an area and you need to get permission for it or whatever, it'd be sort of a more local thing. I don't know. I'd just like to add on the offshore items. I believe the local plan is only based on land and isn't actually the sea where it can be mentioned, but I think it's only to do with stuff that we do on land. I just mentioned that.
Yeah, I think the plan does talk about the marine environment though. So yeah, could I just go back? I mean, I think probably the approval of swimming areas in rivers is probably a difficult thing for the council to deal with. Yeah, so what was your other point about swimming?
So we don't approve the swimming areas. That would be a government authority that would approve it. But if we facilitate the building of facilities near rivers as part of SANGs that we're building along rivers or other developments that we're building along rivers, that allows local residents to apply to the government to get certain waters designated as bathing waters, which would in turn mean that a certain level of water quality has to be adhered to and has to be reported by government environmental agencies. It would allow local residents to fight against water companies who are polluting our rivers. It would give us the data to do so.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea whether, you know, developing a suitable alternative natural green space with swimming pools is a good way of combating pollution of rivers. It's certainly an unusual way of looking at it, but I think Jessica, did you want to come in? Thank you.
Sorry, on the bathing sites, I was just picking up on a message back from the team that level of detail is too detailed for the local plan. So the advice they've come back to us with.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Waters?
Yeah, just mentioning on there. So throughout the plan, there is only one site that has been designated as for gypsies and travellers. I would prefer, because if we've only got the one site we're considering, I guarantee you in 15 years' time, when we're rebuilding a plan, we'll be talking about how we need X amount of sites, and the only one that would have been built would have been the one that we have designated. So I'm wondering if we could, before we send it out and make it official, actually designate as many sites as we need as part of this plan.
Councillor Phipps, I know that there will have been several discussions about this with the working group. Is there something you can comment on?
Well, we've got a needs assessment that says what we need. And we have a need to 2031, I believe here, which is 14 pitches up to 2031. Obviously, this plan goes a bit further. I think overall, I think is it 19? Sorry, 21. Sorry, okay, 21 overall. So we're working on what we need based on the needs assessment. And then obviously we had to look for allocations on that as to where we might be able to provide something based on availability and all sorts of other criteria. But that's why we're only doing a certain amount, because that's what the needs assessment says. I don't know if anybody else wants to come in on that, but I think that would answer.
Sorry, just to add, it's not, I know that we're designating and we're saying that we need a certain number of sites. I'm just asking, would it be possible before we push this live to say, these are the sites that we're going to designate and actually get them shored up? Because I do think that if we only say we're designating this one site, that we will only build the one site.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, for the 10-year plan period, we only need one site for 13 plots.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Walters.
No, I think that's everything. Thank you.
Councillor Trent, if it's about.
Well, yeah, it's about that subject. As I say, I've my ward's been on the edge of the one site that we've got in the whole of Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch where settled travellers can live. And we are talking about settled travellers, but I do think that we do need to designate suitable sites, because the one thing that we've learned from that one development, which has caused no problems, and except on an occasion when settled and transit were mixed for a while, and that caused chaos. But if we were to identify some sites that would be suitable for settled, you know, because the site we're talking about would only actually work for settled, because transit sites need to be nearer the main road network and you know, accessible. But I do think we need to designate some sites across the conurbation, because I do notice that this other one is also in Poole. In fact, the other end of my ward, effectively across the road. So we've got one across the road on one end and another across the road on the other end. I've got no problem with it as it stands, but I do think that we need to designate more than just the one site for settled, because we do have a need for transit.
So the proposal is about transit sites, not more settled sites. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so that we designate both. As I say, this one I don't think would work as a transit site.
No, so it's a settled site, but what we're saying, the needs assessment has identified the need for one settled site. So are you actually saying that we should have other sites for transit sites? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we should have options there.
Okay,
so that we
Councillor Phipps, I'll bring you in on this. I think the report made it clear, but yeah.
There is a need in this plan for a permanent gypsy and traveller accommodation site. And if we don't have it in there, the plan will fail straight away. So with the inspector. So we have to have that in there. There is no need to put in the plan a transit site, and we can do that separately as a council. It doesn't have to be in this plan. It's not a criteria for the plan, but we do have to have a permanent site. So that, I just wanted to clarify that. And it is difficult finding a site that's available and meets, when I say meets the criteria, it has all sorts of other things like flood or something else going on with it. It is very difficult, and it has been difficult. I can say that, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay.
Broadhead is next.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Broadhead, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've got 3 questions, one on the wider context of the local plan and 2 site-specific ones. So I'll try not to be too long. But before I do start, I would like to echo the portfolio holders' thanks to all of the officers that have done a lot of work over the last few years on this. I was actually only helping another council recently, and they highlighted the consultation that we did last year, the issues and options, as a kind of a benchmark on how to do local plan consultation. So I think the kind of collective work has been really good. I don't quite agree that there's been a massive change in direction. I think the ward-based approach is welcomed, but can have some restrictions as well. But you know, we are. But I think broadly, you know, a lot of the work that's gone on has been very good. The first issue I'd like to talk about is about biodiversity net gain policy NE3 on page 189, I think, in our report. Colleagues that were around will remember I think the first upper tier authority to bring in biodiversity net gain as a necessity for all planning major non-household applications, I think just over a year ago, actually. It was enshrined in the government's Environment Act, but hasn't been, authorities didn't have to do it until a later date, but we got in there early. precisely to help work with the developer community in particular to iron out the details and make sure that we got it right by the time the cut-off date came in. So whilst it's pleasing to see the biodiversity net gain in here, and it has to be as part of the Government's Environment Act, the wording is slightly different to what the government have said. I, for one, I'm not very keen at all at off-site biodiversity being used, if at all possible. I think it absolutely is possible on most sites to demonstrate a 10% net biodiversity gain on pretty much every site, and the government's own guidance and legislation on this make very clear that it should only be used as a last resort. So I wonder whether in this policy we need to go a little bit further under NE 3(1)(b). It currently says when it can be demonstrated that suitable on-site biodiversity net gain is not practicable. I think we should be saying that off-site biodiversity measures should only be used as a last resort, exactly like it says in the government's own legislation, and to make very, very clear that the expectation is that on-site biodiversity net gain is a standard. Otherwise, we will have a situation where the system is abused. It's easier and cheaper to go and plant some wildflowers somewhere else, where that's not the spirit of the government's legislation. And I don't think many in the developer community would disagree with that, because I do think that getting biodiversity on development sites actually is helpful for the sites themselves. So that's the first point I wanted to raise. I don't know whether colleagues disagree or there's any discussion on that.
Any member like to comment on that?
Fine.
Okay, all right, looks like that's agreed.
Woohoo, great. Right, on to the others. The second ones are more site specific to my own ward, and we've just had the discussion on the Gypsy and Traveller permanent sites, not the transit sites as we've established. And there was a last minute addition into this plan to put this aforementioned site into Talbot Branksome Woods in an area called Branksome Triangle. Colleagues will know that the ward councillors were disappointed to be told very, very late on in the game, but we are where we are now, and I have spoken to officers about it, and to be fair to the officers, I think they were still underdoing a lot of work as to whether it was even possible on this site. And actually, for the record, I'm still not sure whether they think it is a viable site for this. But I know, as the person that's been shepherding this process for the last 2 years, that there are a number of other sites that are available that I actually think would be more suitable, not just because they're not in my ward, but actually because actually speaking to the traveller community, even with these permanent sites, a very, very urban location is not necessarily their preference, number one. And there was actually a site on the edge of the conurbation that was actually had put in a planning application for one such site, I think only a year ago. So there are private sites out there that want to actually facilitate this in a much better and more accessible location, number one. And secondly, I think speaking to officers, there is still a concern that this site might not even be viable, predominantly due to the ecological implications of this site. It's an SCNI, it's got endangered species such as sand lizards, butterflies, even got deer on the site, so probably would be suitable for such things as extra care, of which we've got a tremendous amount of need for, but actually might be much more difficult for something like a traveller site, albeit a permanent one. So I would like to see a rethink of that, not the policy, but the siting of that location, because let's be very clear, when we go out to consultation on this in January, we are going out with a specific number of sites that we are allocating as part of the local plan. So that's one point. I don't know if we want a discussion on that or whether you want to do my other point.
Yeah, I think we'll have a quick chat on that if anybody members want to discuss that. Yeah, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just on Councillor Broadhead's point, obviously there are a review of all sites was undertaken. This one has come forward. If it is in doubt, then yes, it would be no good. But obviously, I would understand that a thorough review has been done, and this is the top option. So if the officer could confirm, thank you.
Okay, before I go to officers, I'll ask Councillor Moore to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that the permanent residential traveller site at the moment in Mannings Heath is actually in my Camford Heath ward, and the permanent sites are quite different from transit sites. And I can confirm that there are absolutely no problems attached to the permanent site. And talking about the Branksome Triangle site, part of the site is mentioned in the local plan is an SNCI. And it does say in the local plan, in bringing forward the site, any impacts upon it must be mitigated. That's already written into it. But having said that, if there are other sites that can be brought forward, I would have absolutely no objection. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, I just wanted to say I'd have no objection to it being looked at again, and totally understand how ward councillors may want to make representations about such things, but it is really important that we do have the sites that we need, because the travelling people do have to have somewhere to go. So I would urge that it's definitely not taken out of the plan unless an alternative better site is found.
Thank you. Councillor Phipps.
Just to come in on it, it is a difficult one. I absolutely understand that. First of all, we did put out the issues and options consultation, and nothing came forward from the private sector offering a site. We've got nothing for Egyptian traveller site that's been actually promoted to us. So that I'm not sure where any others might be, but there's nothing come forward. That 2022 consultation indicated by over 50%, I think it was, I've got the figures here, that the site should be in the urban area. That's what came back from the consultation, or that it was preferable. Of 18 urban sites, which I think are council, because normally we put these on council sites because nothing else came forward from the private sector, it was shortlisted down to 7. And then I'm afraid the Branksome Triangle was the one that sort of came out with a top mark, so to speak, as a preferred site. It's enclosed. It's got good access to facilities, and it's actually available. At one point, it wasn't available, and this is why it was looked at a little bit late. I believe a company was renting it for car parking, or they had a lease, and then the lease was relinquished and it became available. And this is where we are with it at the moment. Obviously, you're going to discuss it, and you know, but I just sort of wanted to explain that and just clarify how it came about. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, it's really, I think it's you to decide how you want to take this forward. By making a recommendation about the local plan, or alternatively, it's challenged to the normal consultation process. And of course, at the end of the day, they will still have to go for a planning permission, the planning meeting. But I do take the point that allocation of a site really goes a long way towards getting that approval. Because, but I leave it up to you how you want to deal with it.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And look, granted, we'll have other opportunities, but I think we need to be really clear that this is our main opportunity prior to the publishing of the council's suggested local plan for consultation to have our say. And I'm not trying to be difficult by saying this, but I do think it's very, very difficult to do this when we don't have the main officers that have been involved in preparing this project. It's not their fault, it's not a criticism of them, but this is the one opportunity that we have as non-executive members to look at probably as the most critical document of the next 4 years, and we're doing it in the absence of people that we could direct those questions to, because I happen to know, speaking to those officers, that it was finely balanced between a number of those sites. Councillor Phipps is absolutely right. We didn't have any promoted to us as part of the formal process, but we have had planning applications since then, since the call for sites, which is where we've got this information from these other sites. And you're probably not aware of that because it's not in the document. So look, I think I've made my point at this stage. We will keep banging the drum on this and I would urge the cabinet member and others ahead of the cabinet meeting just to look again at those sites, including those that haven't been promoted but have come to the fore since, because I do think that there are more suitable locations. I know that we were constrained a little bit because there were not any promoted sites at that time with council owned land, but knowing that there are other things out there, I think, you know, let's not waste this opportunity. And again, you know, back to my other point as well, as Councillor Phipps said, this site has come forward late in the game and has kind of fallen into being a potential gypsy and traveller site. It's actually quite a decent sized site and could be a really critical site for things like extra care or accommodation for our more needy and things like that, because of its more accessible location. So I'll leave it at that. The final point I would like to make, which again is in my own ward, is about the Talbot Village employment area. And again, this has been a contentious one. This was allocated as a what was called an innovation quarter as part of the preceding pool local plan. And as colleagues may well know, came forward for the main part of this at a recent planning application to BCP Council, where it was, you know, pretty definitively rejected. And the reasons for rejection were actually, I think, pretty critical to whether this should be included in the future local plan. Namely, first of all, the impact on congestion in what is probably the most congested part of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. And secondly, the fact that this site is adjacent to one of the last green living lungs in the heart of the conurbation, namely Talbot Heath. And the existing Poole policy says that it shouldn't, nothing should go ahead in this site if there is any impact on the heath whatsoever. I think it was clearly demonstrated that anything on this site would have a definitive impact on the heath. Accordingly, and I've already spoken to the cabinet member on this, and I know we have in the latest version a reduced offering on this site, but I do think that again this is a critical pretty critical site that should remain green, and any development on here would have a real negative impact on the adjacent heath. And I know that there are other sites, and again, speaking to people like the Rigby group that own the Bournemouth International Airport, which incidentally I have found out does do transatlantic flights. So, and was, I think, had the first transatlantic flight to Britain actually, as an aside. But I know that there is further expansion possible there. I appreciate that that is a delicate site as well, and I'm sure that there are others. But again, I think that the planning committee has made it clear that there shouldn't be any development on this site. Let's use this as an opportunity to remove this as an employment zone once and for all as well.
Councillor Rice.
Hi, thank you. Yes, just to say that I'm happy to support Phil's suggestion there.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor, I really think that you should, if you want the committee to make a recommendation to cabinet, then someone's going to have to make a motion that we vote on it, so I can then take that to the cabinet as a recommendation from this board. Okay.
In which case, I am happy to make a recommendation that under the strategic policy P29 Talbot and Branksome Woods, that the Talbot Village employment area is removed from the policy, and that other organic growth of existing employment areas be considered in its place.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Cameron? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, should we take a vote on that, please?
Hear from the officers about that.
Yeah, we can do. Yeah, go on.
As we are in the process of, planning committee actually has an application that we're considering at the moment on this, or it's been considered. I just caution: do we wish to record this at this point?
Well, if we're going to make any recommendations at all, this is the only opportunity we've got before the cabinet sits. I do take your point. Of course, our planning application was refused, but it would. I don't know if it's gone to appeal yet, but it probably will do. But okay, we'll bring in the Councillor Phipps to see if.
It's just before we go to the vote, I just thought I'd perhaps add something. Okay, so we understand that there was an issue with this. Obviously, it came to planning. We know the outcome. Therefore, we did have another look at this. But this is a huge part of our employment land. It's 9.8 hectares, and we've reduced it down to 4.7 at the moment. So it's just effectively like the top part of the site, which is the proposed hospital and some additional employment land. The land south will still remain as agricultural land anyway. We haven't built in any backstop for getting rid of this piece of land. The loss of supply basically reduces our overall choice of employment land, most of which already is at the airport. We've got about 38 hectares there, and you cannot just put everything there. It just completely reduces the choice. You've also got the issue of its location, which isn't necessarily that sustainable. The more jobs you put out there, the more people that are getting into cars and going there. So we understand that the farm at the moment is I think it's a hobby farm. And we're not aware that it's commercially viable to the trust at the moment. But it's also low grade agricultural land. But at the end of the day, I do understand, but we do feel that we've listened and we have reduced the amount of the site, and we do need to have a choice. It was already an allocation in the pool plan. It went through a great inspector's process then, and it was voted through. And we are in need of a choice of employment land, and this is part of it. We've listened, we have reduced it, and the actual officer's view on this, they would like to keep the whole of the site in there, the whole of it, and that is the officer's recommendation. But we have looked at it again, and I would certainly like to keep in what we've got. That's my view. So I don't know if any of the officers want to come in on it or not.
I can just come in to emphasise that point around there is significant concern from officers in terms of professional view that we require that employment land, and we are putting a lot of pressure on the airport site and the requirement for employment land there, and not allowing it on multiple locations across the conurbation, which is a risk, we believe, if you don't take this whole site.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, it's just one final point on that in terms of the impact on the heath. Certainly in terms of the planning application, and I think in relation to the work Steve and his team have been doing in allocating, recommending the allocation of this site, the view of Natural England is that they're actually supportive. So we would struggle to find the evidence, I think, at the moment that the impact on the heath would be negative. That would be something that would have to come out during the examination in terms of a changed approach.
Okay. Councillor Trent.
Yeah.
Councillor Broadhead in a second.
Yeah, just to point out really that there are other areas of employment land that we keep losing on the edge of my ward, Manning's Heath, which borders on 2 other wards. There's bits of that have gone over to sort of housing and so on, but not that long ago we gave up the massive site where Plessy Siemens used to be to building housing. So it's not as if we haven't had it, and I'm pretty certain that if we protected what has been employment land for future employment use, it would more than compensate for what's in on sort of the Talbot Farm area. And the other thing is, and unfortunately I wasn't around at the time to sort of push it further, but again many years ago we were having discussions about an urban farm, and I would have very much liked to have seen that put in the Poole local plan back in 2018, but there wasn't anyone to carry that battle forward. But there were a lot of people, and this was a conurbation-wide consultation group that was going on, that actually identified the benefit of having something like an urban farm as an education facility in that area. Much of it's already gone, but I still think there's some viability in that. So personally, I would actually favour earmarking some of it for that purpose, because where you do have areas on the edge of heathland and so on, actually a farm type environment does actually protect the heathland better than increasing the amount of leisure access. So I support what's been put forward, but would actually think that perhaps we ought to mention urban farm in the mix as well. And as I say, this was being talked about in a working group back in about 2012 that I sat on, along with the Bournemouth Scrutiny chair, because I was Scrutiny chair. And, this was talked about with lots of other partner organisations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Trent. So anybody else wants to contribute? Councillor Hilliard?
Thank you, Chair. I think I would echo the point that this is a BCP local plan. We're looking at 24,000 houses over a plan period across the conurbation, and I would think that the inspector would want to see that employment land is allocated across the 3 towns to make travel convenient for employment. So I would say that yes, it's reduce the allocation, but I think that the allocation still needs to go in. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor, come on. Rise.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to also highlight that this isn't a new issue. So this was raised, I was on the local plan working group previously, and we had raised that we wanted this to be reconsidered due to the public concern about this site being continued to be allocated for employment land. And as far as I can tell, for whatever reason, we haven't, as councillors, been offered an alternative. And so until that happens, like I would personally, I would consider green belt, for example, if it meant that we could protect the heathland better. But we're not even being offered a choice. And so this is where this has come from. It's not something new or sudden. It is something that people feel passionately about. And I think as councillors, we should be given more information about what we can do to find other employment land. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the.
I think we'll sum up now.
I was going to sum
we'll
up. Thank you for the
motion has been put.
Debate on colleagues, and thank you to the cabinet member for coming back with her points as well. Just a few quick points on the issues that have been raised. First of all, I think using the fact that something is in a pre-existing local plan as a reason why it should be in this plan is quite misleading, and actually isn't the basis for what we should be doing with the new BCP local plan, because our canvas is much larger. So without going into the history, the reason this site was previously in the pool local plan, geographically they were very constricted. They had an allocation for employment resource that they had to provide for, and their boundaries were such that this was one of the very few places. We have no such restrictions. Well, we do have restrictions, but our restrictions and our canvas is much wider. So, and I think this is part of the problem, if I may, that when we've been looking at through this process at things like the employment allocation and actually even some of our housing allocation, quite often we've been looking at what is pre-existing in the local plans, accepting that as a given, and then looking at new sites. And I do think a more holistic view, as Councillor Rice has pointed out, of actually let's start with the blank canvas we had. If we are trying to plan for a sustainable and appropriate and geographically spread employment allocation, ignore what's out there and where would you put it would lead to a much more pragmatic solution. I genuinely think that this wouldn't be in there if that was the case. And then the final point that I would correct is that, because Natural England have actually corrected this themselves, they have not supported the current proposals here. They withdrew their applications because of mitigation measures, but I think it's probably misleading to say that Natural England have support for this site to be developed. You never get Natural England supporting anything normally. So on that basis, I do think that it's appropriate that we ask for other sites to be considered. And as I said in the proposal, I'm not necessarily saying brand new sites. An organic expansion of existing sites, I think, would give us the allocation, and therefore I'm quite happy to stick with the proposal as formulated. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Carr or no?
I haven't got anything to say on that whatsoever.
Right, thank you.
But it's the only one. I would say one thing. Is the site that we're talking about the site for the Nuffield Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, I do know something about that because I go to the current Nuffield Hospital on Lansdowne Road, and I know that the CQC are only allowing the Nuffield Hospital in Lansdowne Road to stay open on the grounds that they are hoping, the CQC, that the new hospital will come forward at some stage. And if it doesn't come forward, we will lose the Lansdowne Hospital because the operating theatres are no longer compliant.
Okay, through you, Chair, just to come back on that, I know that the Nuffields preferred site was originally Wessex Fields, which I think is still available, so there are other options. Thank you.
Okay, Jeff Gibbon.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the employment land, the information I've had back from the team is that the other employment sites would be on Greenbelt. And given that we've made a really strong stance in terms of the use of the Greenbelt in this plan, that's why the restrictions on the employment sites are as they are.
Okay, members, I think we've had a good debate on that now. So have you got the words that Councillor Broadhead used in his?
Exact wording.
Can you just?
Recommendation was that under policy 20. Sorry. Under a policy 29, the Talbot Village employment area is removed from the policy, and the growth of other employment areas should be considered in its place. Do you want to amend anything on that, or is that okay?
Sorry, your microphone's not on.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, that's 4 in favour.
That was 4 in favour, and those
Sorry,
against?
if you can.
Sorry, 4 in favour of that motion.
If you can add mine. I couldn't hear what you were talking
So
about.
you
So.
can't, I'm sorry, you can't vote on this, Councillor Rice.
No,
You're
but
not
I
here.
assume you can just document that I was also for it, even though it's not a formal vote. Thank you.
We can document it, but it won't count. Okay, those against, members.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 against.
6 against. Those abstaining. Thank you. So it's not fair. But you know, it was fairly close, so I will make a point of making the cabinet aware at their meeting that this was raised, that we did vote on it, and give them the results of that vote. Thank you.
That makes 7 against the motion.
Sorry, I was reminded it was 7 against the motion, 1 abstention. Thank you. Sorry, you made 2 other points. I just wanted to know how you wanted to take those forward. We agreed as a committee about the carrying forward of the biodiversity net gain only to be used as a last resort, and we all agreed that. So I don't think we need to vote on that. We've all agreed that. And the other thing was yeah. Sorry, no, it was actually the traveller site allocation. How do you want to take that forward?
Through you, Chair, I'll make that as a recommendation as well, that we remove the Branksome Triangle as a proposed allocation and ask Cabinet to look at alternate sites, including those that have been that the council is aware of prior to the call for sites.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Adams? Okay, now we had a long debate about that, so unless there's an objection, I'd like to go straight to the vote on that one. So members for that motion? So 2 for that motion. All those against? Nine against. And I'm going to abstain. Thank you. So that is not carried. Thank you.
We don't, we debated it already. We can just do it.
Okay. We're going to go back to Councillor Salmon because we were undecided about the way forward on.
I'm very
carbon.
grateful.
Okay. Sorry.
Chair. I'm very grateful to you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank
so would you like to make your
Yes.
motion?
got my ducks in a row now, although of course have been listening very carefully to everything else that's been going on since. But I have I would like to make a proposal that we recommend an amendment to policy C2 in the draft local plan to include a requirement that all new residential development be net zero carbon. What I mean by that, because we talked about what I'm talking about, is that it is the recognised understanding of what net zero carbon means is a fabric first approach that reduces the energy demand of a building, and then that energy demand being met from on-site renewable or low carbon energy sources, so that the overall result is net zero. Okay, I hope that's clear.
Well, it's a rather lengthy recommendation, but if we can capture it, yeah, can you just pass that
Yeah.
by email to that, so we've got the words absolutely perfect.
The definition was really just to help members because there was some confusion about what I was asking.
Do you have a seconder for that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Walters was the first one with his hand up. Okay, we're not going to debate this again because we went through all this. Yeah, Councillor Darling.
Thank you. You did actually cut me off on the basis that you would come back to this if we were going to come
Well,
to a
you
vote.
were into your kilograms per whatever, which I thought was a bit going a bit too far with it. So if you can keep it at an appropriate level, please do.
I think the point made in the policy as it stands is one that's aspirational, reflects the change that's happening in Part L2 of the building regulations, which is energy consumption. And that refers to some exact figures which the government will review as time goes past. I think by putting it in as a policy, I can just see as a planning department being involved, sort of as a planning committee that will be involved in, is this, I don't think the target of net zero or zero carbon, sorry, is actually that clear. As I've made a point, or was making the point many times about, you can't have zero carbon concrete yet. You can't have zero carbon steel. And I think the aspiration is already in the policy. And I think and that golden thread is there. And I do appreciate what Councillor Hammond said, and I completely agree with her principles. I just don't think it will work as a policy. So yeah, I won't be voting in favour of the motion.
I was going to say we now have an opportunity to vote on it. So have you got
So the recommendation is an amendment to policy C2 that all new residential development be zero carbon, and I will add on the definition of zero carbon as outlined by Councillor Salmon.
Okay, members, those for that proposal, would you like to indicate now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favour.
5 in favour. Those against that motion?
2, 3, 4, 5 against. Should be one more person, sorry.
You have no statistics.
6 against. 6 against, thank you.
Okay. Abstentions? Thank you. So that motion is not carried. Very close, though. Very close. Okay, so we will now move on to the next one. It was Councillor Hilliard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It was really late into infrastructure. So this is about education, sports facilities, burial sites, transport, healthcare, etc. And the policy, SP2, just wondering, obviously on planning committee, we see financial contributions for these things. Is there a set formula to work out the cost of education or health services, or is it merely dependent on number of houses and then request? So do we need to stipulate a formula or not? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good question. I don't know if Mr. Feely can comment on that, or possibly Margaret.
Well,
yes, policy S2 is spatial, but it doesn't really go into
160.
Yeah, thanks.
It's really about the mechanics to how we work out those charges or contributions, basically. How is it done? That's not something I can answer, I'm afraid. But
Thank you, Chairman.
thank you.
So under the proposals within the new local plan, we're looking at a policy where infrastructure is going to be funded through the community infrastructure levy. This is a move away from the current approach, which is sort of section 106 related. What we're recommending is that SIL has the benefit of, I suppose, being non-negotiable in a sense. In that sense, it creates certainty, and it sort of gives the council certain certainty that we'll be able to provide for the infrastructure requirements generated by development within the respective areas. The issue with section 106 previously has been it's very much down to negotiation and viability, and we often find that we're not able to secure the benefits that we're trying to through the development process. SIL, on the other hand, at least gives us all a starting point and understand where the contributions are going to come from. And the SIL process also identifies those infrastructure requirements at the local level that will help benefit the communities affected by development. So that's very much the thinking behind that as an approach. So it's not so much a formula as such, but a certainty that comes through a figure that's calculated based on development costs.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Carr?
I think that is an extremely simplistic way of looking at that. If you increase SIL, you will reduce social housing. It's as simple as that, because when you get to the viability, if the cost of the SIL have risen, the profitability of the site will go down, therefore there'll be less money for social housing. So that explanation on the face of it is correct, but the planning committee or the council cannot afford to have it both ways. If you increase the cost of SIL, you are going to reduce the amount of social housing.
Okay, as any other contributions do add, it all adds to the bill, doesn't it? You add it up, and in fact, there are a lot of contributions in a lot of areas now, and I was surprised to see just how many were on that list. And depending on where you live, particularly if you're around Hall or somewhere around that, where you get all the harbour charges and all the rest of it, it really does sort that up. Yes, Mr. Park.
The issue with that approach is that affordable housing goes to the bottom of the list because everything else is a mandatory request. In authorities like North Dorset, which are still a bit behind the curve now, where they haven't got SIL, they've still got their list of requirements. But when it comes to shall we have affordable housing or money towards museums or whatever, it's the affordable housing that takes the precedent. So just be aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting point. I think, you know, these keep coming back to this viability issue.
And that includes starting to ask for phosphates payments, nutrient return. The more you ask for, it's the affordable housing, which has got the biggest need if you look at where all your needs are, and that's the one that's getting the squeezed the most.
Okay, thank you. You're all right. Thank you. Anything else? Was that finished? Okay, thank you. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, mine is a very minor query, you'll be pleased to hear. In the various correspondence in the Echo, queries have been raised. Why no mention of Pool Stadium in the local plan? And I checked, and they're absolutely right. There isn't. And because it hasn't been mentioned, that set all sorts of hairs running on social media, as you can imagine. So can I ask why this site isn't mentioned in the plan? I know it was in the previous local plan. I don't want to go back in time, but I can remember it was, but not this time. Any reason? It just didn't figure.
Well, Yeah, it's a detailed point, and I hopefully Saul might be able to offer an explanation, but this is definitely a question for Steve Dring and Laura, but I'm afraid we'll just give officers a second to have a look at that.
Thank you. Short, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Good job in stadiums.
Okay, that's it. That's, you know, we don't appear to have the information, so I think we can make a note of that. And okay.
So I've just found something.
Oh, okay.
I know there's a lot here, isn't there? Hang on a minute. Sorry. It's in the Poole Town policy when it comes to, what is it, Town Centre North. There is where is it? Who is it? Here we are. Enhance and provide pedestrian and cycling routes to improve connectivity, including provision of route between existing station, blah, blah, blah. And the high school that goes through the former Goodyards and Stadium site. Is there anything else in here about it? Have you come across it?
I've just a message from Steve saying it's being allocated to community facilities.
It's under community facilities. Okay, we need to look there then.
Community
So
facilities.
with a master plan approach for the whole site.
Thank you. Councillor Trent, you wanted to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned if it's got something very loose like community facilities, because the one fact of life is that you could never recreate Poole Stadium anywhere else in the conurbation, because all hell would break loose. Whereas everyone who lives there knows that on a Wednesday night during the summer, or Tuesday night, whatever night it is, I think it's a Wednesday night, you get the sound of motorcycles roaring, which you can hear, you know, several miles away where I live, if the wind's in the right direction. So I think that community and leisure use, including what it's currently used for, because they also have music events there, they have to be individually licensed. But I do think we need to protect that site for the purpose that it's used at, because we would never be able to recreate it anywhere in the conurbation, and I think it's important that we keep it.
Okay, anybody else? If you want us to put that forward as a recommendation, you need to make a proposal, Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to make a proposal.
Councillor Moore is going to second that. Is there any further debate on that? Okay, do we have some words, do you think, Claire?
Poole Town Stadium.
Can you give us
You're going to test my memory now.
as succinctly as possible,
Yeah.
please, Councillor Trent?
That the Poole Stadium site be retained for community and leisure use. I think I said including the continuation of the use as a stadium as appropriate. You know, if the wording needs tidied up, then
Okay,
yeah.
Can I just
Existing use should remain.
We need to be careful about sort of putting some of these things forward without understanding the background of the discussion and what may have been said in terms of offering up sites, etc.
We're not changing.
Sorry?
Only making recommendations.
Yes, I know, I understand that. But I think we need to understand if there's been a specific debate about this from the working group before they've come up with that allocation.
Well, it was looked at in the town centre working party.
I just want clarification from officers if possible.
Well, I don't say necessarily, no, we didn't have a specific debate on this. No, I mean, Sandra's saying that. However, I think it was a mention, and it was just sort of an in passing mention, that it would be, we'd leave it flexible. It was to leave it flexible. I think that's the word. And therefore it was just put down as community facilities and nothing specific. That, I think that's the point of it. And there's not much point in me saying any more, I don't think, but that's where we were on it.
Okay, in that case, there was a debate, and you're unhappy with that generalisation. You want a specific.
Yes, I think we should.
Okay, so you've made that motion.
Community and leisure.
Okay.
Including if viable its existing use or whatever,
Okay.
but you know, some kind of, yeah.
Okay, councillor Rice and then councillor Broadhead, please. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, it was just to say that we previously in planning committee had a small hall that was a community hall, and it was stated that it must stay as community use, and then it was turned to housing and not even social housing. So I agree with Councillor Trent in terms of just increasing the strength of that wording to make sure that it is a community facility that, yeah.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you briefly, Chair. I appreciate that we are not a decision-making body, but I share your concerns that what we put in this local plan will be really important in dictating what the future of, for instance, this area is going, that this particular site is going to be over an extended period of time. And we don't have the information. I don't feel like I've got the information in front of me to necessarily support that Pool Stadium should stay there in infinitum. Actually, I think it should, and I think it's a great community asset, and I wouldn't want it to go at all. But it might well be that it's not viable. It might well be that the plans are to have a bigger master plan and put a brand new stadium elsewhere to swap it, and that wouldn't be facilitated by being too dictatorial in the wording. So we can't really test and tease this in a considered way, particularly without experts here to give us that background information. So a really, really noble suggestion. I support it in principle, but I can't actually support it as worded.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Aikenhead.
So this facility is in my ward, and it is an important leisure facility, and I would support the proposal that we strengthen the words in here, because I believe the local plan does already protect it in so many ways, because there's lots of things that say about protecting community facilities, but I think that it's something that's big enough that it's worth its own mention, even if it's just within the Poole Town plan itself. So I think a specific mention for it, unless we have plans to put a stadium somewhere else, which I'm willing to listen to, but if we don't have plans to put it anywhere else, then I think it would be a Talbot Village, yeah. I think it would be it's important that we have strong policies in our plan, otherwise we are vulnerable to things happening that we weren't really expecting. So I would support the proposal.
Okay, members, I think we've debated that one enough. So those in favour of the motion put forward by Councillor Trent, would you like to indicate?
6 in favour.
Those against? 2 against. 6 in favour it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So 2 against. Any abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, excellent.
Thank you. Sorry, was it 6 4? I thought that was that was
6 in favour, 2 against, or
yeah,
abstention.
so that was carried. Thank you. Here's up for a 5-minute break, comfort break, members. Thank you. Okay, but we will make it 5 minutes because there's an awful lot to do.
Go first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the points we want to make are one's more about approach and strategy, and the difficulties you will find with trying to get this plan through the various stages of the process. Just based on our experience, based on dealing with other local plans, and based on the feedback that we're having from our clients, and based on our own professional opinions as well. As you know, the plan is supposed to be positively prepared, and that is the starting point for the consideration. And when you're starting with housing figures well below where you need to be, then you're starting negatively, and there will be lots of resistance from various sectors and stakeholders on that point alone before you get into the detail of the plan. And so the thing is this, if you're trying to rush through a plan because of a time scale, it has to be in place within 5 years or whatever, I think the plan needs to conform as much as it can do towards the requirements, the statutory requirements. If it doesn't do that, it will fail. Plans that don't meet requirements or try to argue against requirements are often the local authority are told to start again, or they're asked to modify the plan, and they go on for years and years and years and never end up getting adopted. So the position that you're trying to get to with an adopted plan will not happen. And the prime example of that is the Purbeck local plan, which has been going on now. Well, Steve Dring was doing it when he was at Purbeck many years ago, and it's still not adopted and still nowhere near getting adopted. And it will be replaced by the Dorset plan before the Purbeck plan ever gets adopted. What a waste of resources. So yous are starting from a position, urban land first. We don't want to release our greenfield, and that's fine, and that will be a topic for the examination. However, in order to justify that approach, you also need to be able to demonstrate, and with conviction, that you will be able to deliver the amount of development that you say you can deliver within the existing urban area. And that's where you are going to fail, in my opinion, for the reasons I said earlier. And that is because of the over-prescriptive nature of the policy wording and the detailed area by area policies, preventing development, restricting development, not allowing development against a target of 26 or 24,000, whatever it is, houses, hectares of employment land. Where's it all going to go? If you're not going to allow people to go up, if you're not going to allow people to build at higher densities, if you're going to restrict development in and around the town centre because it's higher than 5 stories, 6 stories, or whatever. It's clear that in the past decade in Bournemouth Town Centre and the Poole Town Centre, where development is being directed, that the only development that's actually been able to be delivered is the big stuff, the tall buildings, and it's been done successfully. And it's symptomatic of a successful town where you see the tall buildings. But the policies I'm reading now, the draft policies, are restricting to 6 stories. That leads to viability issues, it leads to regeneration issues, it leads to issues of lacking investment because development won't be viable. As I say, there's many sites in the centre of town with approvals, including the council-owned sites, where the schemes just aren't deliverable for viability reasons. So, members, I would urge you to seek a more flexible and a more pragmatic approach to individual applications on a case-by-case basis. The planning system is based on each application on its merits. And yes, we need a framework, but that framework should be flexible enough to ensure that development actually comes forward and is actually deliverable. And Mr. Carl backed me up on this here because he's at the sharp end of putting in a planning application, and the costs underlying an application are significant with the ever-increasing requirements of proving your infrastructure, BNG, etc. up front, and that all costs money. And if there's a likelihood that something's not going to get permitted because it can't achieve net zero, or it can't achieve some other very restrictive requirement, then proposals won't come forward at all. And Bournemouth will be putting up their sign saying that we're closed for business, we don't want development, and we won't be supporting our businesses. And we will be attacking the local plan on that very point, on all those points. But it's easily resolved by just introducing a little bit of flexibility into the plan to allow for individuals. So the applicant still has to prove that his development is acceptable, but give him the ability to do that by making the policies flexible. And that's my point. I think the over-restrictive approach will stifle innovation, it will stifle investment, and it will not deliver the development that you wish it to deliver, and the plan will fail. And the failure of those policies to deliver the development that it needs to in the town centre will place the Greenbelt under even greater pressure, because there will be demonstration that building in the urban area isn't working. The 2012 core strategy in Bournemouth was adopted on the basis that it would be reviewed because it couldn't demonstrate enough housing being delivered in the urban area, and that very quickly came to pass. And that's the situation we are now in. There's not enough capacity in the urban area. You're putting forward a plan that says there is, but in order to be able to support that, you need to really take the restrictions off the development that you are prepared to permit within the time. Yes.
I concur with everything that's just been said, and I want to just give you a little bit of an example of something that happened in our area when Bournemouth Borough Council existed some years ago, and that was the hotels retention policy. At the time, there was a chap, an officer called Mark Smith, who believed that the retention of old hotels was absolutely sacrosanct, and he was almost impossible to ever get to allow you to take down an old hotel. Let's fast forward to 2023. Let's look at St Michael's Road. Let's look at the West Cliff. Let's forget the East Cliff, because there's obviously other problems there with the Merrick Estate. You've now got most of the guest houses and most of the large hotels in St Michael's Road full as HMOs and illegal HMOs. In fact, my parents' very own hotel, the Devon Towers Hotel, where I grew up as a boy, is now full of children, mothers and fathers and children living in rooms without bathrooms. It's absolutely and utterly deplorable, and it shouldn't be happening in 2023. Park that to one side. The real problem of that policy, that prescriptive policy, was it stopped investment in new hotel stock in the town. And we know that people will invest in new hotel stock in the town. Take the Nicky Hotel, a great building, the old Savoy Hotel, that has been transformed back into a 5-star hotel. Bournemouth didn't have a 5-star hotel for many, many years. And so what I want to say to you is there is an example of prescription not working. And here we have prescription on many, many fronts being suggested that this is the way we should go forward. Market forces are the way forward. We must have controls. Of course, we must have controls. Otherwise, it would just be the Wild West. But there needs to be flexibility, as we've just heard. One of the things that has really, really upset me as a developer and surprised me as a developer is height. Steve Dring and his team have put forward within this document here heights in various areas of the town that are lower than the current pool local plan. If you take West Quay Road, for example, on West Quay Road, there are currently developments being done at the moment with up to 11 and 12 stories. He is prescribing 5 stories. If you take the National Tyres depot directly opposite Asda, Churchill Retirement Living got a planning application that has now subsided for 12 stories there about 3 or 4 years ago. He is suggesting 5 stories. It is absolutely imperative that every application is judged on its own merits. I'm not saying that we want to end up with 20, 30-story towers everywhere. And quite clearly, Poole and Bournemouth are the only areas that can take high buildings. But it would be totally and utterly incorrect for Christchurch to do that. But it's important that there is flexibility on height and everything should be judged on its own merits. My last point to you is very important, and a point that I think will resonate with yourself. Bournemouth has, I don't know how many conservation areas, about 27, isn't it?
It's a lot.
It's a lot of conservation areas. I mean, a huge amount. Well, yes, for a non-historic area. I am constantly told by people on the planning committee, and I have been for many, many years, why can't we have more family housing in our town centres? Well, the reason you can't have your family housing in town centres is because there are too many conservation areas. Let's take Talbot Woods. Let's take East Avenue. East Avenue is a beautiful road with massive houses that some have got 9, 10 bedrooms in, and they're lived in by a mother and a father. They're over 100 years old. They're never, ever, ever going to be sustainable. They're burning gas like you can't believe. On each one of those sites, you could build 3 beautiful family homes. Conservation areas should be reviewed. I'm not saying let's knock down every historic building in Bournemouth, but what I'm saying is we've got too many historic conservation areas, and a lot of them have got properties in there that aren't great. And that needs to be looked at. And I'm amazed that that wasn't looked at here. In fact, I was told by, I don't know which head of planning it was, because we've had so many, not that long ago, that conservation areas were going to be looked at very, very seriously. And I honestly believe that that does need to happen, because that would open up the ability for family homes to be built. You could zone those areas that can only be housing and not flats. And that then would solve this problem of not having housing in our town centres. My partner lives, we don't live together, lives in Wimborne. I went out there this morning to take my 3-year-old son, or go with my 3-year-old son to Dumpton School to watch him do his nativity play. I could not believe the traffic and how difficult it was to get from Poole, where I live in Lilliput, to Wimborne in the middle, well, first thing in the morning. And is it surprising when all of the family housing is being built in Wimborne? And that's all I've really got to say. But those 2 things, height, conservation area, and not being so prescriptive, would really, really be a good thing. Last point, if I may. I did go to the Bournemouth conference, which was at the print rooms on Richmond Hill 2 weeks ago, as did many, many businessmen, not many developers, surprisingly. And we all sat there for 5 or 6 hours or whatever it was on talking about how we make our town better. And this document here has the ability to make our town better, but it's got to be lightened up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carr, and thank you, Mr. Park, for some very interesting comments there. I think just a couple of points that come out of that, and I can ask Margaret to comment on some of them, if you might, and that's certainly on the housing needs, for example, where the sites that were offered and the housing needs assessment that was done did calculate that it was possible to meet our housing targets by having improved density on using brownfield sites and increasing the heights of buildings without necessarily encroaching on the greenbelt. And that was done statistically with a very detailed analysis. So you know, it's interesting to hear your view that is not possible, and it goes back to the question I raised earlier about how is the viability calculated. And is it actually viable? We're told the plan is viable. Is it viable? Because it's being questioned. Councillor Phipps first.
Well, I'll say what I can.
Yeah.
As we're aware, you know, this plan is viable. We wouldn't be putting it forward at the end of the day. We did the housing needs assessment, as you said. It came up with the figures, and that's where we're heading. The decision was made by the working group, which then went to what was at the time a delivery board, which said we would not use the greenbelt. However, we do have still 3 greenbelt sites that are coming forward anyway, which, as you know, is Roshot, Land North Merley, and Bearwood, is it? Yeah. So we do have some greenbelt, but we think that certainly the town centre, Bournemouth town centre heights, are actually more flexible than the Bournemouth local plan, because they've actually removed the tall building height area. So that's a start. Flexibility. I understand everybody wants some flexibility, but we have to be careful, because we have found, and everybody certainly on planning will probably be aware of this, that there comes out to long and protracted negotiations about what's viable, what isn't viable, and it's all so uncertain at the planning application stage. So this time we've tried to put in a bit more certainty for residents, developers, officers, everybody. We may have said in some areas, well, generally 5 stories or whatever, but we have put in this flexibility for additional heights where demonstrated, which means on a site you might say, right, that's the height that we want, but there may be, to make it more interesting, that part of the site could be a bit higher. There is some flexibility there, we believe, in some of this. So it could be just where demonstrated on the site, like a tower area, something like that. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. We've done our very best to try and give some certainty, I think, instead of having all this major flexibility. There is flexibility in there, but perhaps not as much as there was. So we have some more certainty, and certainly I think it would be a lot more easier at the planning stage.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Just like a point, that the reference to Steve Dring and him allocating, he hasn't allocated these heights. This has come from the working group's recommendations, not an individual officer. Okay, members, I know we've got to go round and get other members involved getting their items cleared. We can have another little chat about these issues a bit later on, but I really want us to press on with members' questions. Thank you, gentlemen, for attending. Yeah, much appreciated. Councillor Good. Okay, Councillor Goodall, you're next. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions and a couple of comments, really. Something I wanted to understand from the planning department about the built environment. I'm a new at this, but one of the things that we have in Parkstone is a lot of planning. And I wanted to just understand what the relationship is between design officers and planning officers. And the reason I ask this, because I thoroughly concur with the built environment arguments that are being used in the plan. I think that's great. Probably should have happened years ago, but that's a personal opinion. I have a situation where, for example, we had a block of flats. The design officer there were 2 design officers who both concurred with me, though they didn't know what I was thinking, I hasten to add, where it was too big and the footprint was too large. On the other hand, there was a short-term contracted officer that was there, and he was minded to approve the application and effectively struck off not 1 but 2 design officer reports. Moving on 6 months, we then get the situation where a new planning officer's here on the case, and he's minded to refuse the application. My point is not so much about this individual case, but when we get to the built environment, if we're going to be design led, which I think is absolutely fantastic, where is the relationship between the design input and the planning input?
Okay. Is that one probably for Mr. Healy, if possible, I think?
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for the question. I think it's important to know what the respective roles are during the planning application process. And obviously a planning officer's role is to take quite a holistic view of a particular proposal. He's got to weigh in the balance a whole, or she's got to weigh in the balance a whole series of sometimes competing considerations. Within that, a design and conservation officer is one of those elements. And ultimately, you know, before the planning officer to take a view on the weight to which he or she wants to attach to any one of those component contributions. Ultimately, it's an officer recommendation. In a lot of circumstances, not all, there'll be a recommendation for a planning committee to consider, who'll weigh up in the officer's report how they've taken into account those competing elements. Where there's a delegated decision, so obviously not every planning application comes up to a planning committee, otherwise planning committee would be here for quite a long time considering every single application. But there will be an opportunity again to demonstrate in public record how that planning officer has taken those competing views into account. And that's the role of the planning officer. The design component is one important part of that. But if there's a variation or a misalignment between a design view and the ultimate planning officer view, as long as there's an evidence base as to how that planning officer has reached that conclusion, then that's part of the process.
I only wanted to come back in the sense that we're talking about a whole concept of the built environment in Poole and Bournemouth and Christchurch. And whether, and from the impression I got from the report, we were actually talking about being design led for buildings that last for a long time. Decoration, arguably, like I'm not saying we would do what Germany does, but and if they, on the one hand, and then we are probably going to. It's a shame the gentleman has left, but they're probably going to have developers complaining about the fact that they're going to have extra costs if we are going to be design led on the buildings that we're going to let in. That was, I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but that was what's concerning me about it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodall. Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, are you
Great,
still
thank
with
you.
us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes, just on, well, I suppose a statement first of all with regards to the supposed golden thread of climate through the local plan. It is important to note that we don't have anybody leading the climate department. We don't have a director of climate with the council, and we haven't done since, what was it, June? So this is a critical time for the development of the local plan, and we don't have somebody leading on climate. So I am not reassured from that point of view, and I haven't really got anybody, I feel, that I can question that has the professional expertise to assure that this plan is up to scratch from that point of view. On one very specific point, I would like to raise that on page 106 E5 2G, this so throughout the document there is a lot of emphasis on sustainable travel, which is wonderful, and it's not wonderful, it's appropriate, and should have been the case for much longer. However, there is still a suggestion in there that the footprint of a huge flyover in conservation and greenbelt land should be reserved in case, I assume, well, in case of building a huge flyover. So I would like to suggest that that is removed from the local plan. I suppose it would be useful to understand, if we have a transport officer, why that is still there. But yeah, that's my suggestion.
we do have transport officers here this evening, Councillor Rice, and I'd like to invite would be Alexis Edwards. I can't remember exactly what your job title is. Transport sustainability, is it, or
Transport Development Manager.
Ah, thank you.
Go on.
Thank you.
So yes, the reservation for the Wessex Fields Grade Separated Junction is primarily just to give the council the ability, should it decide in the future, to actually construct it by safeguarding that route. It doesn't mean that it would be constructed, it just safeguards it as a possibility.
And is it sustainable to be building a huge flyover? Does it fit with the rest of the transport policy?
For the Wessex Fields allocation, you're talking about specifically there? Or the plan as a whole with the transport sustainability emphasis on walking and cycling?
I think the plan as a whole, in terms of what we're trying to encourage in BCP, and like, for example, our own target of 50% of all journeys being walking and cycling, although that wasn't actually our policy, the government's policy.
Sorry,
Can I bring in Councillor Phipps first, please? Who was first? Yeah, thank you. Not at all.
So we're really clear under the existing development, we don't believe the flyover is needed. The reason the transport planning officers have advised us that we safeguard it, which means it stays in that, is just in case we need to release in the future years greenbelt land in the north of Bournemouth to ensure we meet our housing needs. That is not within the current local plan allocations, obviously, for development. So that's about the next local plan. And if we remove that flyover, it would prevent the opportunity for any future longer term development. So that's very much looking at the long term. But you're absolutely right, Councillor Rice. We would need to look at the sustainability of any such flyover because of the traffic. Your concern is traffic flow onto the Wessex Fields site, and that is why we wouldn't bring it forward under development for the Wessex Fields site.
My concern is not traffic flow onto the Wessex Fields site. My concern is the carbon footprint of building a huge flyover and the lack of investment into public transport and walking and cycling. But okay, I cannot believe that it's appropriate to be reserving that land for a flyover in the anticipation that we have some housing development there when there's plenty of other roads to access housing. So I would still propose that we remove that allocation.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Phipps.
Quite quick, actually. I was going to add that we did speak about this at the working group. Looking at Sandra, because I'm sure you remember. And we mentioned the flyover. And as far as I'm aware, this is what I recall. We were told that there was actually a study being done as to whether there were other alternative accesses or other ways that potentially you could get into the site or whatever, if to not, it wouldn't be exactly the same, I suppose, have the same purpose as the flyover, but alternatives. I don't know whether Alexis does know about that, can comment on that, but that's what was said at the working group at the time, as I recall. Thanks.
You want to comment, Alexis?
Yes, some background study work has been undertaken by the Highway Authority to look at how the Wessex Fields development site could be serviced with or without the grade separated junction. It is possible to service that site without the grade separated junction, but it does require some fairly significant reductions in the volume of traffic going down the Castle Lane East corridor by transferring that current car use into walking, cycling and public transport use. You're talking sort of 29% reduction in the modal shift, that kind of order of scale, rising up to about 35% in the sort of PM peak. So it's quite a big shift. Alternatively, you can service the site with the grade separated junction, but that has, as you've highlighted, a carbon cost.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Chair. I do have another point I wish to raise in a moment, if I may, on strategic policy T1, which is the transport strategy as well. But before I move on to that, can I just comment on this particular item? I'm quite in favour of the grade separated junction possibility remaining in there. My understanding, and bearing in mind I was one of the councillors that was involved in the purchase of this site right at the very beginning, is entirely the opposite to some of the things that we've heard. When this site was purchased and when we got the millions of pounds from the LEP to facilitate this site, and we were in the process of talking with the strategic transport body Western Gateway around this grade separated junction, at no point ever was it even on the thinking that this was to facilitate greenbelt release to the north of Bournemouth. In fact, quite opposite. I've had many resident say that, oh, this was just a kind of back doorway to try and get greenbelt open. And certainly in my tenure and many others, that was not only never the intention, but something that I probably wouldn't necessarily agree with, particularly as a lot of that site is that area is unsuitable and is flood risk. It was squarely for the purpose, and it's really clear in the planning permission that was granted for this site, to facilitate, as we've heard from Mr. Edwards, the full use of the Wessex Fields site. So the full potential of the Wessex Fields site was predicated on a grade separated junction. Now, the world moves on, we might not need it in the future, who knows, but I think it's sensible to leave it there. But I would push back really strongly against any indication that this was ever there to open up residential land in the future. It's certainly something that I would never agree with. Time may have moved, but it's not something that I would agree with at all. And I've got another point to come on in a moment, if you may.
Yeah, okay, just a second. I just want to take some advice from monitoring officers. Just a second, please. Councillor Aikenhead.
I understand that Councillor Rice can't make a proposal, which makes it awkward for us to debate it because she's online. So I would like to move the proposal that Councillor Rice has suggested, so that we can debate it formally.
So what is the motion?
That we remove the flyover from the plan.
Okay, members, have you got a seconder for that?
Okay.
Councillor Northover, you're going to second that, are you? Okay, right. We've already had partial debate, but let's just debate specifically about that motion. Anybody, any contribution?
In moving on, I'd just also like to say that I feel that having listened to what people have said so far, I think that Councillor Rice has made a good argument. I understand that it might be needed in the future for all sorts of reasons, but Councillor Broadhead has just knocked out one of those reasons. And so I think that maybe we ought to be observing the golden thread through it of trying to make things a little bit more carbon neutral, and this can be a good contribution to that by saying that we won't do this road.
If I come to you, Councillor Broadhead, is there any other members? Okay, all right, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as we heard from the property developers, I think we just don't want to be too prescriptive. We want to leave options around. And yes, there will be a lot of, well, be a separate application, there'll be a lot of debate if it ever comes forward. So I think personally, I would leave it on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Tarling.
Councillor, I'm pretty much going to say about the same thing. I think the key point that the officer made is that we're protecting the area for a future grade separated junction, not that we intend to build it. And who knows, it might not be cars using it. We might have some new light monorail that's serving that area. So, you know, it's actually protecting the area, not saying that we're building more roads or infrastructure. So I take the advice of the officer.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Councillor Broad, well, no, go on, Councillor Broadhead, again before
No, just one more point, although it's been a while since I heard talk of monorail. It's like going back in time. So it's fantastic. It was just, there's another point here which I think we may wish to consider, which is best value as well, because it's my understanding that the current administration have this earmarked as a site that they may wish to sell in the future. For some time we've been looking at master planning around maybe developing ourselves, lots of different options. But if this is a site which is, let's be clear, is currently in council owned, council ownership, and we remove a key part which, as Councillor Hilliard said, may or may not be used, that could, in my view, severely detriment the actual value of the site, which is going against the principle of best value, which all local authorities are to adhere to as well. So my point is, it's really complicated, and as we've heard, leaving it in there is not akin to building it. It just gives options, I think.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the vote, sorry, Councillor Rice, did you want to come in again? Sorry.
Yes, it was just to clarify some things that Councillor Broadhead said. We heard from the transport officer that actually the site could be fully developed with sustainable transport. So Councillor Broadhead was incorrect to state that that this has to be done to fully develop Wessex Fields. Yeah, if you're wanting like it just absolutely astonishes me. We can have full development of that area with sustainable transportation, and it just I'm quite surprised that people think it's appropriate, given a climate emergency and our emphasis on sustainable transport, and the fact that we've just been told by our transport officer that we can fully develop the sites without a flyover in Greenbelt and in conservation land, that people are still keen to reserve this. Like possibly there could be a compromise to reserve the land for a cycle bridge, a pedestrian and cycle bridge, or a monorail, if that's what councillors are keen for. But to reserve it for a grade separated junction, for me, just like seems as if we're going back 30 years. Just incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. You've made your point very eloquently. Thank you. Now, before I take it to the vote, I do have a view on this. I find it interesting that your main argument is one about the carbon footprint of the construction. Well, that argument goes across to all the other major developments across the conurbation, because they're all made of concrete and steel. And yet the debate has been focused much more about the actual transport infrastructure issues. When this came up many moons ago in Bournemouth, I was actually very much in favour of this junction, because I felt it had some real benefits for the traffic flows around Castle Lane, and particularly got to remember that the hospital is a key part of that site, and is access to, you know, from all around the conurbation and beyond. And we all know the problems associated with that particular area, and I think it was pointed out by a transport officer that it would require a 30% modal shift to sustainable travel in order to be able to operate on that side. Now, is that a realistic thing, given that it's actually on the edge of the conurbation, not in the middle of it, and it's a really difficult place to get to? Now, I know, Councillor Rice, you're going to be totally opposed to what I've just said, but I think you've had your fair crack, so I think it's time we go for the vote on the motion. Thank you. So those in favour of that motion to remove that allocation from the local plan, all those in favour, could you indicate now, please? Okay, 4 in favour. Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
7 against. Any abstentions? 1 abstention. Thank you. So that motion is not carried. Councillor Northover.
Thank you. I was looking at page 158, talks about sustainable neighbourhoods and focusing development into areas that are already sustainable. And I felt very much that the areas that have been sort of chosen as being very sustainable are because they already have a very dense, high population, dense housing. And so to pile more into those areas, I'm not sure if that is the fairest approach, the best approach, because some wards are having huge numbers and other wards only 100 new homes. So just as a good example, on page 292, it looks at Boscombe West and the 2 site allocations, and they would really significantly increase the population, which is one of the most densely populated in the whole of BCP, and still already has a lot of people who don't necessarily want to have that city, you know, feel either, as much as any other people who live in less dense areas. And I noticed that 550 homes are allocated to the Sovereign Centre site, which is currently a working shopping centre with 40 businesses, about just nearly 200 people working there. It's very popular, it's very busy. It only has actually a couple of empty units, and it's undercover, it's flat, it's very popular for old people who like it because they can get around easily. They can go there for a few hours without getting problems with rain and everything. It's great if you've got a wheelchair. I think that site came because of a towns fund plan that actually didn't happen in the end. So I'm not sure if this is meant to be in there, but I think personally, I think that the Sovereign Centre shouldn't be allocated for housing, because it will affect the people who live there and are using that, and it's an important asset.
Councillor Rice, sorry, I beg pardon, Councillor Zips, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I
Yes.
believe I think you're right, the allocations aligned to the Boscombe Towns Fund development, and the schemes that have been brought forward for them. It is being brought forward. The Boscombe Towns Fund it is moving. So
I've been told it wasn't, but for one, it's been removed from the Towns Fund.
You mean the Sovereign Centre's been removed from the Towns Fund? Sorry, I thought you meant the
consultation for the last maybe 18 months. It disappeared, and I asked specifically and was told that it wasn't happening anymore. But I feel, I mean, I think the idea it might be staying in there so we have control is what somebody wrote on the thing.
Chair, do you mind if I ask Caroline Peach to come up, because she will be able to answer some of the questions?
Of course, yeah, no problem.
Hello, thank you. Yes, the Boscombe, there's actually still a great opportunity to regenerate the area, and I think there, although the shopping centre in the Sovereign Centre there are shops that are doing okay, I think overall it's an area which could do more for the wider area. The shopping isn't doing that well, and I think the Sovereign Centre itself is looking to move on and to put itself forward as an important site for us to have a regeneration area, so that if you didn't have the Sovereign Centre there, because it's taking up a large amount of ground space, and there's opportunity to build above it and to make use of the air above the Sovereign Centre, which is quite underused at the moment. So if you could actually reshape that area, you can actually you can still introduce shops and cafes and other things that might be wanted, community uses on the ground floor, but you can make better use of the whole site and regenerate it by going sort of higher and making more use of the air above the Sovereign Centre. The building really could work harder.
Can I come back? I suppose this is my issue maybe with the sort of approach of the plan, is that how come that can be found in an area that's already got the hugely dense population, and also has a lot of problems arising from that. But we can't seem to find that in other wards. This opportunity is sort of found there, but because it is a perfectly functioning shopping centre, it's busy, it's full of people, it's full of shops. I don't really see why it's not functioning particularly.
I think there's probably a difference of opinion on how well it's functioning, perhaps. Yeah. I don't know that it is functioning as well as you might think.
Maybe I do shop there like twice a week. So
Yeah, I guess it's down to the those who own the site though, and how well they think it's doing as well.
Could I just ask if was it 500 units are allocated under the calculation for the delivery of housing? Is it actually included in that calculation?
Yes.
It is. Oh.
Can I please suggest that we remove it?
Okay. That's a motion.
Mm.
You have a second?
Don't know.
Councillor Trent?
Well,
Trent?
Yeah, I'm not seconding it because I think the ability to build above it.
Just a minute, please. I want a second.
There's a point.
But if we don't have a seconder, then we won't go forward with. But if we get a seconder, then we'll carry on with the debate. So do we have a seconder for that motion? We don't.
Okay.
Afraid. Okay, so stays. Oh, sorry.
No, I wasn't seconding. I was.
Oh, you on your hand up. Okay. All right. So we don't have. Did you want to carry on?
Well, I suppose I think that a lot of people would be very surprised to actually see that is in the plan. I think if I wasn't a councillor, it would have passed me by perhaps. And it is quite a huge thing, and it's a lot of jobs, it's a lot of businesses, and it's a lot of people that rely on that shopping centre. And it's what makes the area sustainable, because they can go there, they can walk there and buy stuff. And
can I just come in just to provide some reassurance on that? So the proposal in the plan is for mixed use development. We would absolutely be seeking to retain the employment space and the jobs and the local economic activity that goes on there. This is about utilising the space in a more effective way in order to provide housing above it as well. So absolutely, the local plan is not about reducing the employment space. It's not around reducing the number of jobs and that local vibrance that you have there. It's about the use of the space and being able to have residential above a mixed use development.
Do you mind if I ask it, does that include the car park?
Yes. It doesn't necessarily mean to lose the car park at this stage. I think it's still something that needs a further investigation in terms of the car parking need overall. So I'm going to look over at my colleagues. But actually, yeah, in terms of the site, I think it does include it.
Okay, I mean, I won't go on about this, but clearly Hawkwood Road is planned to be developed, and a significant loss in the parking there, probably on the basis that there is a sovereign centre car park. So that's an interesting scenario. I think, yeah, sorry, Councillor Chen.
Yeah, I think that the retention of retail on that site is desirable because it's effectively, it sits in a bus station, or the nearest you've got to a bus station in Bournemouth. So it's actually good from the point of view of people getting to and from it. Although sadly the buses from the west have disappeared, but you know, the Bournemouth Christchurch buses all go through there, sort of thing. So from that point of view, it is a good location for the shopping. As it's been explained, if there is housing built above it, then that makes a certain amount of sense. I would be a little bit worried. I don't think you could build housing above a multi-storey car park, but I think that, you know, we need to actually at least keep it as a shopping destination, because otherwise, you know, you're back to out of town retail if you're not careful.
Well, you didn't second the motion put forward by Councillor Northover, and actually I'm going to draw this debate to a close now because the motion was not supported. So we need to move on from this, I'm afraid. Do you have any other points, Councillor Northover?
One little thing, I suppose, is that I would fear that in demolishing it and then rebuilding, that a lot of things might just go and never come back, I suppose. So just that point.
Yeah. I understand your concerns, Councillor Northover, and you know the Sovereign Centre is rather one of the nicer developments in Boscombe, I think, in the shopping for sure. I've forgotten actually. Got oh, okay, Councillor Aikenhead.
Okay. Okay, so I've got a few questions. Then I got a few points, and then I got some things I want to suggest. So first of all, my first questions are about the recommendations. Nobody's asked anything about the recommendations yet. The ones right at the top of the report. This is about the process for how we're actually doing the local plan and agreeing it. So in the recommendations that Cabinet is recommending to Council, point C says any changes to the corporate strategy resulting from the outcome of Cabinet on 13th of December are delegated. So can you just assure me that those things will already be, when we discuss it at Council, those things will already have been sorted out and be in the plan, so that C doesn't need to be there? You can just take that point out. You don't need to recommend that to Council because those changes will already be. Is that, am I just correct on that?
So these are the changes to the corporate strategy that go to Cabinet on the 13th of December.
Yeah, so they go to the Cabinet and then the Director of Planning and the portfolio holder looks at them and incorporates them into the local plan before we discuss it at Council, yes?
Yes, I think that's right.
So that C doesn't need to be there because by the time it gets to Council, it will already have been done.
Just to bring, what I want to do is actually go through each of those recommendations.
But that
at the end of the
just,
meeting.
I just think.
Yeah. Just a minute. I'll bring you in, Richard. Just a second. Let me turn in my.
Right, they're going to say, yeah, okay, that's fine. It just means there's one less point for you to do later. Okay.
Before you carry on, can I bring monitoring officer, please?
Yeah, just very quickly. So at Cabinet, they will have a series of recommended items and resolved items. So that would be a particular resolved item, wouldn't go on to full council. It's still needed though, because when we recommend items up to full council, we attach the drafts as they're going through.
Okay.
So there will be subsequent changes that may need to take place at that point. We wouldn't actually revise the local plan documents going to council. It would be a collection, so there's an audit trail of all the changes that go.
So when it goes to full council, we'll have the audit trail, but we may not have the actual changes in the plan itself.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's great. My next question is a kind of similar thing, but I just wanted somebody to give a quick answer on D. So it says subject to no major amendments being required. We're delegating what happens to the local plan next. Can I just ask, somebody just give a quick answer of what the criteria is that determines whether there's any major amendments coming out of the public consultation? Who decides that? And if there are amendments, how will they be reported to us as councillors, and what chance will we have to comment on any of these changes before it goes to the Secretary of State?
That's just.
Yeah, it's a bit of a judgment call, but it would be something that either requires further evidence or it's a substantial change. So if we were one of the items that you were debating this evening, completely substantially changing that and removing it. If it's minor, like a spelling mistake or a correction, then that would be considered a minor amendment. I hope that helped. But it is a judgment.
If it's an actual policy change, then that would come back to full council, or how would that work?
If that's requiring additional evidence, that would, yes.
Okay,
going
thank
back
you.
through Cabinet and then council.
Yeah, Councillor Broadhead.
Councillor Aikenhead raised the point I was going to raise as well, because I think this is a really pertinent issue. What we're seeing here is the potential Cabinet paper and the Cabinet recommendations. And the way that I read that point is that so long as no major amendments, in inverted commas, and we've discussed what they would be, come from the consultation, that this gives delegated powers to automatically submit the draft local plan. Now, I would argue, considering the import of this document and considering how much interest is likely going to be in that consultation process, that regardless for whether we've got huge amounts of evidence for minor or major changes, I think it's absolutely incumbent upon ourselves and probably Cabinet to receive the consultation, have a discussion about it, and then submit. It just seems very, very heavy-handed to just automatically submit if there's a decision somewhere that it's all right. And certainly I would suggest that overview and scrutiny, I would want to have a look at the consultation responses. So I'm quite happy to make a recommendation to Cabinet that the consultation responses come to the overview and scrutiny board.
Sorry, Chair. Just to explain, obviously you might want to debate that, but so you understand that the reason why we're doing that is because that's what the government guidance recommends, is that we go straight to examination so that we don't delay the plan by making it have to go back and forth to committees, that it goes straight through. And that's the government recommendation. And that also from our side means that we're driving through the plan, as we heard from Margaret and Councillor Phipps at the beginning. It's really critical that we stick to our timeline on this.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. In fact, it's a point that I was going to raise myself about the process, because I actually agree with you, Councillor Broadhead. There are so many contentious issues here. There's an element of subjectivity in what's major, and I think it could be a little dangerous, for it to go without it coming back for approval after the public consultation. That was my view. I can understand the point you're making, and clearly we all want to subscribe to getting the plan in front of the inspector as soon as possible. But there are some really big issues, meaty issues in this plan that we've really got to make sure it's right before it goes to the inspector. That's my view. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I agree with you, Chair, and Councillor Broadhead on this. And I'd make a proposal that we add in that.
I have made a proposal.
Sorry,
I was making a proposal. Sorry, but
okay. Yeah. That obviously we don't want to go over the same ground again, but the responses to the consultation are reviewed by the OSB as part of this. So if that's what Councillor Broadhead said,
that's what I'm suggesting.
Then I'm happy to suggest.
Okay, so you have more debate on that. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what the procedure would have done, but I would have thought that the working group would see the output of the consultation along with the portfolio for dynamic places. So I don't think it would be a 1 or 2 person decision. I thought I would expect the working group to then make that decision rather than us.
Okay, unfortunately the working group is that it's not a decision making, and it's not a formal. It's an informal working group. I don't think that would be the appropriate place to put it. I believe it should go back to overview and scrutiny. That'd be my view. Councillor Waters.
Yeah, I think if we could ask that any changes that are made off of the back of the recommendations that we've given today and the public consultation are made public. And I don't mean, you can read the original local plan and you can read the final thing. A lot of people locally that I've spoken to haven't got a lot of stock in our public consultation and don't know if they will be listened to. So I think it'd be great if at the end of this process we could make it clear exactly what changes we have made to the platform, to the plan, based on our recommendations today and the general consultation with the public.
Yeah, and I think bringing it back to an ONS would actually do that. So, okay, Councillor Phipps.
I just want to be clear that this is we're heading at the moment from here to Cabinet and then to Council, and Council is agreeing to put it out to consultation. Okay. Now, when it comes back from the consultation, we're not proposing to change anything. We're proposing that the consultation responses and our draft plan that we have agreed, Cabinet has agreed to put out consultation, goes off to the inspector. And that is where his full report and recommendations will come back with any changes at that point. We at the moment are here at the beginning of our bit, and you're going to make recommendations to what you might want to change, which is what you've been doing, and some have gone through and some haven't. Then it gets to cabinet, your recommendations will go forward, and they might come up with something else, and they might change something, whatever, before it gets to council. Well, by the time it gets to council, we're agreeing for it to go out to consultation, and then the consultation responses, it all goes off to the inspector. And that is the procedure, as I understand it.
Just to add it, then council and yourselves will have
please,
opportunity.
please, can we have some control?
Sorry?
I am in control. Please wait your turn. Yes, thank you. Yes, good point, and thanks for the clarification. Because what you're actually saying is that the Secretary of State actually does the overview and scrutiny for us on our behalf, basically, on behalf of the public, and actually adjudicates on the consultation, public consultation, and will agree with it or otherwise. So I'm going to bring in, sorry, Jess, please come in now.
I just wanted to confirm that after that examination, it then will come back for to council for the final agreement.
Okay, does that put a different light on it? Okay, we've got three houses. Councillor Broadhead.
It seems pretty clear that I'm being told to withdraw the recommendation for receiving the responses from the consultation. So I will withdraw it. What I would put on record is it does make a bit of a mockery of this process because, as I said earlier on, we're here. This is the one chance now we've discovered to debate probably the most important document, the local plan, tonight, without any officers, and now we're told that no matter what we say tonight, cabinet will make a decision to go to council, and then that's it. It's hands off. So, you know, I would have appreciated a bit more time and input because I've been consistently told by many members over the last week that my concerns are irrelevant because there'll be plenty of other opportunities to talk about my traveller sites or the innovation quarter further. We're now told that there isn't going to be any further opportunity. If cabinet and council agree, it goes to examination, and that's it. So I'll withdraw the motion, but I just think that, you know, this is, it turns out, our last chance for engagement.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead. What I would say is it's not actually our last chance because we can all make representations at cabinet. We can all make representations at full council. But I think in view of the explanation that we've been given, I would agree with you that you should draw it. Councillor, sorry.
Unless you're still debating this.
Yeah, we are.
We're still on. Okay.
Yeah, we are. We're still debating it. Councillor Darling.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree more with Councillor Broadhead. Who no, but yeah, I think the process. Others that Ms Gibbons has just described, that it comes back again. But I too, like Councillor Broadhead, worried that we can't get into the weeds of the details of it at that later stage. So after it's been to the Secretary of State, come back. Recommendations from the public consultation have either been adopted or not by full council. That, you know, we are running out of that time to go into it. I appreciate it's not the job of overview and scrutiny to necessarily rewrite the local plan. It is to do overview and scrutiny, and you know, maybe we aren't down to get into the weeds. But I do worry that, you know, we are getting squeezed quite a lot. But I accept the timings that we've got to do it, and that we will get a second view. So yeah, I second it.
Okay, I'll come to you. Just well, I understand your position, and I've got several pages of questions and things which I'm not going to ask tonight, because a lot of it does get down into the details. So what I'm going to be doing is writing to the officers and pointing all those things out. That's all I can do at this point. That's the salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. So just on this issue about the process, the recommendations at the beginning of the report, item D, I think the confusion I'm still grappling with is that the phrase "subject to no major amendments being required following consultation," the decision to submit the draft local plan to the Secretary of State. So the implication of that clause is that following the public consultation, there could be a major amendment, but we've just been told that what will happen is it goes to council, council says okay, goes to consultation, and then it just goes pushed off to the Secretary of State. So what's that clause about? Because that's causing me, I'm really struggling to get my head around it. Because what is that clause? Is that's causing me confusion, and I think it might cause the public confusion. They might think, oh, I'll get to be consulted, and then the council will think about this again based on my consultation, which you're telling me isn't going to happen.
I do understand your confusion, Councillor Salmon, because what we've just been told is that consultation responses will not be acted upon.
And this recommendation is a matter of public record, so it will confuse the public. The wording that's currently there.
Yeah,
Doesn't make sense.
it doesn't seem to make sense. Yeah. Councillor Phipps. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
I was just going to say that we can probably look at the wording of that specific recommendation. I think we know what we mean, but it's not being conveyed particularly clearly. So we'll rework that.
Is everybody happy with that? And that the officers will undertake to amend that recommendation? Okay, everybody happy? Yep. Sure. Okay, thank you.
So I just wondered if it might help. So I'm Wendy Lane. I am the Director of Planning and Destination, and I started on Friday. So thank you very much. I have taken a local plan all the way through the process. When we took my most recent one through, what it was, we got all the representations, and the key thing that we were looking at was there anything major that impacted on the soundness of the plan? And so it meant it was not worth submitting, because we were aware that there was such a big issue that we needed to either fill a significant evidence gap, or there was a need to check that the policy and the approach was correct. So all it is, it's like a full fail stop. So if we know it's going to fail, what we're not doing is submitting it. So that's it's not that we would make one, it's more that would one be required following the consultation. So it's that fail safe. So we aren't wasting money by submitting a plan that we know won't get through the examination process, because something so fundamental has happened. And the slightly kind of example we had where I was, they proposed to set up a development corporation, kind of just as we were about to do something. So it was a bit like, can we still keep going, or do we have to stop? We determined we kept going, and actually that was the right decision, but it was that kind of such a big issue. So as I say, it's a fail safe, because once it's gone to the inspectorate, obviously then you're stacking costs. If you know it's going to fail, why would you waste your time? It would need to come back for members to determine if there was anything significant that you wanted to do to take into account that fundamental issue that had been raised late in the process. The issue is, it really shouldn't be, nothing should be raised that late in the process when you've had multiple steps of consultation, and obviously you've had the scale of representation that's been received here. Hopefully that just clarifies the process a little bit more.
Councillor Tarling.
Just on the process, you mentioned the examining authority in the planning inspectorate. Is that a public session? Is that open for review? I'm actually involved in an XA at the moment, so part of my day job, and watching hours and hours and hours of live stream from them, and they go slower than we do.
So yes, so obviously you submit the plan, the planning inspectorate allocate a planning inspector to actually determine it. They normally have a preliminary meeting to talk about process. They obviously go through all the representations. That takes time from them. There's a lot of evidence that you're submitting. They will then, using the information that's been submitted by the council, so we have to summarise the representations received at Regulation 18, Regulation 20, the full detail of the representations that have been received at Regulation 20 are provided. They then use that to identify their key issues that they want to discuss. So they normally do issue-specific hearings on themes, but it would probably, there'd be kind of the fundamentals of, have you met the tests of, the duty to cooperate, or whatever it might be, if the legislation changes come forward. So it's those kind of, they step through, so that there is always opportunities for people to be actively involved. And in many ways, that's what's wanted. The planning inspectorate enjoys hearing from people on the ground to actually understand the implications, because what there tends to sometimes be a tendency is everyone that's happy with the plan doesn't attend, and all those people that want their sites included and will have a gripe attend. So it's a very it can be quite an adversarial process, and the inspector actually wants to find out really about what people want and don't want, and how they might want things changed. So it's an inclusive process if people actively engage.
And you can have interest groups are really brilliant at doing that when people themselves can't spend the time. Sorry for a slightly long.
Thank you. Okay.
Right, my points.
Yeah.
The rest. Yes.
Go on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I've got. I didn't get many questions done there. Okay. I got a few more questions. So these are just questions. Just wants short answers. Don't need long answers to them. For SIL funding, why is there so much difference between the over 10 properties and under 10 properties? I'm going to ask all three questions first so that we can move on. That's one question. My second question is when it says wheeling, is that about using a wheelchair? Just wanted to clarify what that actually the language meant. Location of all the housing, I understand that we need to have a lot of housing, but I just looking at the proportions wonder why there's so much in Poole compared to Bournemouth, because there's almost an equal amount even though Bournemouth's much bigger, and just wonder if there's any reason behind that. So I have got some points afterwards, but if I could just get answer those questions, that'd be great.
Any volunteers?
The first one on SIL, to be honest, I didn't get you. I know what wheeling is. I think it's more of a scooter, isn't it? Wheels, not wheelchairs. But anyway.
Can I answer that?
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Still the question, I think.
Yeah.
I think the question
that's
about the question.
If you haven't got answers to the other questions, you can just send me the answers later. It's fine.
Okay. So the issue is the properties over 10 units or more also are obviously liable to pay for affordable housing. So that's why the lower they can pour more, because obviously they're not having to do the overhead.
That's great, because that comes to one of my points later. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. I think I'll just go on to the points. I've got a few points that I just want to make and just take them down, and they're not controversial, I don't think. Just consider them. I'm not going to push them. So first of all, I'd just like to see it a little bit clearer about improving accessibility for wheelchair users, because it doesn't really, it talks about inclusion, but there's nothing very, wheelchairs aren't really mentioned anywhere in the plan. So I just would like to see something in there that just recognises that we've got the age demographics going up, that we need to be, it's more the infrastructure than the individual houses, making that infrastructure accessible. I just thought that maybe with the idea about the monorail, we could also be looking at a tram system. That's not going to be something we're going to be doing straight away, but this is a 15-year plan. Okay, so let's just have a bit of ambition and look into whether we could just mention looking into it, not necessarily actually building it right now. I don't think it says enough about the growth of office space in town centres, because that's kind of mentioned, but it's not in the objectives. So these are things that I think actually you could put in the objectives on page 147, all three of those things. In the built environment section, I felt that for building height, it was saying a lot of things that must be considered, but I think it would be nice to have something that says we've got to consider the impact on nearby properties, because that is quite important. And if we could have something in there, I was thinking in maybe an E12, to be a little bit more encouraging about welcoming community facilities rather than just protecting them, because it does say we need more, but just a little bit more stronger wording. So those are kind of just points I'm making, but there's two things that I do think are important that I want to bring up. So the first one is in no particular order, parking for new developments in the town centre. So it suggests that in the town centres we don't need to have any parking at all for new developments. I totally agree with the idea that we want to encourage people to walk and cycle. However, failing to provide spaces doesn't stop people from bringing their car with them, and so we end up with lots of problems with people parking on the street, residents parking schemes getting to. So I would just like something to be added to say that although we're not requiring parking, that developers should be able to show that there will be no adverse impact from residents parking. If they're not providing parking spaces, they should be able to show that there'll be no adverse impact to existing residents from people bringing their cars with them. And I would like to put that as a formal proposal, that we add a sentence saying that.
Councillor Phipps?
Can I just comment on that? I don't disagree with you or whatever, but I just wonder, I think parking comes under the SPD, the parking SPD, which is a document that is ancillary to alongside the local plan. And that's where the parking for town centres, and in fact the whole conurbation is dealt with, not in the local plan. So we do have obviously a transport person here, and Jess might look as though she wants to come in as well.
Okay, Jess, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I was just going to make the suggestion, given the detail of your answers, could officers take them away and provide you an email response to them all? And that will help us, and we can obviously share that with the whole of the committee as well, so that we make sure we're being correct in our responses and getting the detail.
So that would be fine, except for what I'm suggesting here is, although it's the SPD that suggests that there's zero parking, I'm not going against that. I'm saying if there's zero parking required, it's good to have a sentence in the local plan that says we want developers to show that there is no adverse effect from that. Yeah, so it's like what I'm suggesting is a caveat to what that SPD is saying rather than a change to it. So I do think it's in page 260. I do think there's a place that it could be written in there, and I don't think it would contradict. I'm happy to suggest that my proposal is for it to be looked into, because we're only recommending it, but I would like it to go as a recommendation from this committee if people agree with me on that, because I think it's important we listen to local residents' concerns about the fact that building houses without any parking can sometimes have an adverse effect on the existing residents.
That's a proposal then, is that?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Darling's going to second that. I think Councillor Broadhead has indicated he wanted to.
I've got a separate but related point. I'll come in after the Councillor Aikenhead, if I may.
Okay, yes, just take this one first. Yeah, I'd like to make some comments about this. Of course, the local plan does reference the parking policy, and it says that the SPD will be referred to, and it says at the moment as it is, and I'm not aware of any formal plans to revisit the parking SPD, although it's been talked about for a long time. Because the bottom line is you can build a block of 500 flats in the town centres without a single car parking space, not even somebody with accessibility needs. And frankly, we know that the obviously benefits we're aiming at the communities that wouldn't want a car, but we know that the car ownership in town centres tends to be in those kind of developments still around 50%. Those sort of figures, and of course some of those people, or even more, with maybe 40% not requiring a car. Because of those other 50 or 60% that do still want them, some of them will have 2 cars and more. So, you know, there is this dichotomy between sustainable travel and also the need to keep our town centres thriving and busy, and that people want to visit. Now, I do remember the Bournemouth local plan when it was first issued. It talked about the number of car parking spaces that were available, And what it said was the parking needs analysis in those days said that if there was no improvements to sustainable travel by the year 2016, I think it was, then this number of extra car parking spaces in the town would be required. What actually happened was, of course, that we didn't get extra car parking, actually got less as developments came along. And the promises of sustainable transport, particularly public transport, have not happened. There have been some improvements in, cycling and that, but at the moment, they're sort of really not made any real significant impact. So that's all those years, and the impetus of providing sensible, affordable public transport to allow people to get into the town centres easily just hasn't happened. Of course, these will be addressed by the local transport plan, hopefully. But I'm a real cynic on this, and actually I think it's absolutely crazy to allow development without car parking facilities. They should be under the ground, outside. But I really, I'm speechless when it comes to this one. We really do need to look at that SPD. Yes, of course. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Aikenhead, as we've got a motion, and we've got just any. Yeah, we have a second. I think you seconded it, didn't Councillor Tiley? Yeah, please go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you picked an extreme case of where we want to challenge an SPD there, Mr. Chair. And I made mention in my point when I was about the ratio and flexibility of the SPD. And I think what Councillor Aikenhead has proposed is that a statement is made by an applicant of why they think that they need to maybe provide some housing, some parking, or a slight variation. And we did have an example at the Captain's Club where I think there was an over provision of one parking space, or sorry, under provision of one parking space, and it took a lot of debate about in the decision making for one space, whether it was viable or not, because it was right on the edge of one of the SPD zones. So I think it's that point of flexibility that Councillor Aikenhead has address with this motion.
I think the SP does allow for the provision of car parking spaces if developers want to put them in. I don't think there's anything precluding that. Councillor Broadbent, well, just one other point. Of course, all these people are living in the flat still need the tradesmen and the visitors and all the other people to come and see to park somewhere. And actually, if we're building on town car parks, it's making it more and more difficult to go into the town. Councillor Broadhead.
Right, I will come in now. It is because we've started, I think, talking about two of the same issue, two slightly different issues, which are the parking policy with reference to residential new build developments, which is referenced by the recently adopted parking SPD. And I'm happy to support the motion, by the way, because I had seen when I was a cabinet member with planning responsibility a misinterpretation sometimes of what that policy actually was. And as you've said, Chair, it doesn't prohibit developers putting parking in if they think that they want to, or if there is a requirement for it. And actually, in many cases, the market will dictate that that's beneficial from a marketing point of view. But sometimes I think even we've got a bit confused about our own policy. So absolutely happy to support the motion, the recommendation as put. The point I was going to make, which I will make now because it is related, is what you've been talking about, which is actually the public parking policy. And I suppose the slight issue I have with the current drafting of the local plan as it is because we've been quite ward specific in terms of our strategies. It has meant that we do not have a lot of information about BCP wide strategic policies. And I get that there is further work to be done. It's referenced in many places throughout the document, subject to a suitable car parking policy coming forward at a later date. In individual wards, it says subject to further work. Even in the strategic policy T1 on page 259, it says continue to review parking strategies for town centres, including the approach to public car parking. But how on earth can you have a document that puts into place the homes that we're going to build for the future and how we want to facilitate the future of our town centres if we don't have an idea about what we want to do about public parking? Now, we have pre-existing strategies, and the strategy we've got in place for Bournemouth Town Centre, for instance, for some time has been to keep the number of parking spaces, public parking spaces, at the same level. But I know that there has been work on a strategic public car parking policy for some time. My question is, where is it? Why are we not seeing it now? Why are we not nailing that solution? Because it's absolutely integral to making informed decisions as part of this process. So there's very little we can do about it now. It's obviously much too late, but I do think it's a missed opportunity not to be talking about what public parking we want in the BCP area as part of its plan for the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Councillor Broadhead. Okay, we're going to go to the vote now. Just one.
Sorry, can I just clarify the wording for the recommendation before you go to the vote on it?
Yeah. Want to clarify the wording?
So I've written something like that. Let Cabinet consider whether wording could be added under the transport strategy section on parking of the local plan to the effect that although developers were not required to provide parking on town centre developments, they should be able to show that there is no adverse impact from residents bringing cars to these sites if no parking in.
Thank you. Councillor Phipps. Yeah.
Just wondering about the wording, because how would a developer be able to demonstrate there's no adverse effect? Pretty much being set up to fail or something. I mean, they don't know who's moving into the development before and what needs they want. I don't know quite if it's quite right. But anyway, I just throw that in. Also, as far as I'm aware, we are looking to review the SPD pretty much very soon as part of the LTP Local Transport Plan 4 when that's coming up as well. So
yeah. Yeah, my concern here is that developers will not be able to demonstrate that there will not be harm by developing without parking, because there's definitely an impact. I think it's as we were told, you know, being too prescriptive can actually stop developments. And the last thing we want to do is stop developments in the town centre. We only had a look at the Winter Gardens. We've been waiting for 11 years for something to happen to that. It's just dead. No progress on it at all. So anyway, the proposal's been made. Had debate. All those in favour of that proposal?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour.
8 in favour. All those against?
1, 2, 3 against.
3 against. Any abstentions?
1.
1. So that move is carried. And the votes are?
8 in favour, 3 against.
8 in favour, 3 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you. You've got another point, Councillor Aikenhead.
First, okay, so I'm talking about the affordable housing, which is page 218 to 220. And I will make a proposal, but first of all, I just want to say I've looked at it carefully, and first of all, I've noticed there are some discrepancies in this policy. So in the covering report, it says that high value areas should provide 20% affordable, but in the policy, it says 15%. Value areas 3 and 4 show amounts for contribution, but in the policy, it's not mentioned that there's an option for this. So I'm kind of thinking that it's maybe not, that needs to be just tidied up a little bit. But what I'm not very happy with is the nil contribution for Bournemouth and Poole town centres. So if we don't ask for any contributions and we don't have any affordable housing in developments for Bournemouth and Poole town centres, then the majority of the houses that we are actually building for the whole plan are not going to have any contribution or any affordable housing, unless they're actually put forward as affordable housing. So I'm thinking that if you actually add up what's happening here, this plan is not really going to provide us with very many affordable homes at all. Now, I understand that there are viability problems with Bournemouth and Poole town centres, but I think I just asked the question about the SIL funding, and was what's the difference with that? And the difference is because the over 10 properties we're going to have affordable housing, but according to this we're not going to have affordable housing. So I'm finding there's a little bit of a contradiction going on here, in that we want to provide affordable housing, but this plan's not really delivering it for us. So I would like to move that this section on affordable housing is looked at again very carefully to make sure that it is all completely consistent, but also that we review whether nil contribution is going to be appropriate, especially unless we're actually going to either we should either ask for money or we should ask for the affordable housing to be within the development, because if we don't do that for the town centres, we're not going to have any. And I would say that if you look at it and find that you really cannot, it really isn't viable and you really cannot afford any, then at the very least we should be requiring developers to provide some space within the development where we can build the affordable housing ourselves. So we at least ought to have something in there that says that if a big development is going to be built in Poole or Bournemouth town centre, there has to be some affordable housing one way or another built due to that. And what I want to see is some solutions in this plan that show how that's going to happen. At the moment, I'm really concerned that we're going to end up not having any affordable housing from this. Now, I know it's difficult to find a wording, so I want to make the wording quite loose, because I want to give you I want you to go back and look at it, basically. So I want to make a formal proposal that the Cabinet re-looks at this affordable housing and comes back with something that is actually going to deliver us affordable housing. And if you, preferably with the actually requiring it, but if you can't put in requiring it, you should at least require the land for it.
Okay. Have you actually got some words for
so okay,
what is the proposal?
The words are that the Cabinet takes back the affordable housing policy and reconsiders it in order to come forward with a new proposal that is completely consistent and will deliver affordable housing within the town centres.
Can we have is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Trent is prepared to second that.
Well, I'm kind of semi-seconded.
Well, if you're not certain, please don't put your hand up.
Because I do think we need to maximise the amount of affordable housing.
Yeah, we're not into the debate,
but
I just want to know if we got a seconder, please. If we got a seconder for that motion.
Well, I'll second it.
Okay, you're second. Okay, thank you. Margaret Phipps, and I think John Taunton may wish to have a word about this in a minute, possibly, but Councillor Phipps, thank you.
John Thornton, Head of Housing Delivery. I think the plan is looking at the affordable housing that's come forward in the past and trying to strike a balance between SIL and affordable housing, which is why there's a nil contribution in town centres. I think that's where that's sort of come from, but I personally agree it might need to be looked at. I'm not sure if there's anything else you wanted me to particularly talk about on that particular element.
That's fine. There is it does relate to this motion. What I picked up on affordable housing was on page 219, where it says the affordable housing need was 1,653 per annum, and then another 1,017 that would be affordable ownership. Now that was just about all of the total developments per annum. And that means that we require all affordable housing and nothing else, basically. So I was mystified by that. So if we've got this huge need for affordable housing, how is it going to be delivered? Yeah, Margaret, thank you.
Well, first of all, most of our affordable housing will come from the greenfield sites, and you're going to get 750 or 800 affordable houses on those sites. That's where it will come from. The big problem, this is tricky, it's difficult, and it's the viability and the affordable housing. There's no doubt about it. At the moment, town centre affordable housing is 0 SIL, but I think it's 5k per home for affordable housing, but nothing on site, versus some SIL or no affordable housing, and the SIL is non-negotiable, and developers will get out of it. So we're recommending SIL, but we can't have both affordable housing and SIL due to viability. It's really, really difficult. So we felt, it was felt, what's in here. We did have debates on this as well, didn't we? We did. We debated everything, and I found some of it quite hard to understand as well, to be honest with you. But we thought our best option was if we go more strongly with affordable housing, then the SIL goes down, and then the affordable housing is negotiated away by developers. So we went down the route that we went down, and it has been looked at in a lot of depth. And there is evidence about it, and there are studies about it, and we had a table presented to us of all sorts of things. So very difficult one. I think it could be looked at again, but it might come up with the same conclusion. But thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Salmon.
Just it's slightly in support of what Margaret just said, actually, that an application came to planning last committee. Yeah, sorry, just a recent application that came to planning committee for a large development in the town centre under the current policy, and that's 500 homes, no affordable housing, no SIL under the current policy, because developers were able to say, can't do affordable, no contributions either, nothing towards affordable housing. Whereas, as Margaret just said, SIL would be non-negotiable, so we'd at least be getting something.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thanks, Chair. That was my point. Thanks.
Okay, any more on that? Okay, we have a proposal. It's been seconded by Councillor Trent. Did you want to speak now?
Well, it was interesting. You made the observation that if every house built was affordable, quite frankly, and politicians nationally will get to realise this one day, the only way you're ever going to get house prices down is to actually have a decent option of affordable and social rented housing, because quite frankly, we're just running around in circles, and we are developing the kind of problems that we are seeing rising in the area. So anything that increases the number of affordable housing would be great. But I would like to, I was given a rough outline of this idea, and I thought, well, yeah, it does make sense in a way. The only thing I was going to make a point of in all of this is when it goes onto the list of percentages, I wish that we would put minimum 15%, minimum 40%, or whatever, to use the word minimum, because I think we need to raise aspiration. We desperately need every affordable housing unit we can. And, dealing with people all the time that have got sort of issues and so on. But I think this would at least make it looked at again and sort of draw attention to some of the issues and concerns. But I do think that we need to maximise it by whatever means possible.
Thank you, members, for a general sort of concern about how affordable housing is going to be provided, and proposals been made. All those in favour of that proposal, that the Cabinet look at it again, or yeah, Cabinet looks at it again. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next in favour?
6 in favour. Those against? 1, 2, 3.
Against?
Oh, sorry, 4. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. 4 against.
4 against, yeah.
Any abstentions? 1.
2.
Sorry, who's oh. Oh, sorry, Kate. Thank you. Okay, so that is carried. 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
642.
642. Thank you.
To you.
Right. Oh, I'm the last on the list. You lucky people. I've got about 6 pages of notes here to work through now. But I'm going to be, which is exactly what I'm going to do. But there are a couple of things that I do feel like I need to raise, and one is about the submission and the process of getting it through Secretary of State, and that is the evidence base, because part of the process is to submit the evidence base, and I can't find it, frankly, and the bits of evidence that are there are out of date, and I've listed them all here. But, you know, if we have, and I don't know if the working group have looked at the evidence base or what bits of it do exist, but, you know, when I've looked at our own council website, it's basically got sort of TBD. And if they have got policies, they're referenced, but I've looked at them and that evidence, and they, you know, some of it goes back to 2021 and stuff like that. So in terms of I think more work needs to be done in the evidence base. I don't know if that needs a proposal, but it worries me because it's part of the submission. It's part of the submission, and we haven't seen it. You know, we've not looked at any evidence, have we, about supporting the policies, and it's a requirement of the submission to Secretary of State. So, you know, when is the evidence base going to be available? It's not going to be available for Cabinet, clearly. So at some point, it's got to be available for the application to Secretary of State. Anybody, Margaret, do you want to comment on that?
Well, clearly there is an evidence base, because a lot of the studies that have been done, the plan's been based on it. No, the working group hasn't read all of that. Definitely, you know, we just haven't. But at the end of the day, the evidence base exists. So I don't know, you know, what else you'd like to say about it. Well, Jess, I think, would like to come in.
Yeah, just to say that it will be all the evidence will be published in full alongside the local plan consultation. The evidence base bits of the evidence base have been all shared with the working groups we've gone through, so it will absolutely be available.
Okay, well, some of it's out of date. That's all I can say. I can list them. I won't go into a detail of it now, but just yeah, but just for example, the place making evidence, I can't see that having been published. The built environment is not published. Retail strategy is dated 2021. I believe that's probably out of date. Yep, dated workplace strategy is not published, although there is one listed as the industrial strategy dated 2019. You know, so, you know, to get the favour of the evidence base here, I think that needs some attention.
We'll make sure it is not out of date. It will have to be up to date. It will, certainly will be.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to look to see which is the most important of the things I'm going to raise. Yeah, generally there's a very strong theme throughout the plan about sustainable travel. To the point, it's almost like it's a campaign completely anti-transport, car, private car, and it to the point that it stops becoming something of an aspiration, more of very prescribed policies that will actually not make it possible to have choices. And I know that that is the intent, but the fact of the matter is that the majority of people love their cars and want to consider using them, and this is true. So sacrilege as it may sound, that I actually feel that the plan is remiss in not making any provision or consideration for the huge majority of people that do actually want to use their cars. It's actually quite punitive in a way. And you know, we have to remember this plan is produced on behalf of all of our residents and not those that want to pursue the green agenda. I just don't think it's reflective of the overall residents' perspective on these matters. You've only got to read things online about, you know, one cycle is spotted on the White Leg Way once a week sort of thing, you know, and it goes on and on and on. So even to the point of prescribing that there will be absolutely no drive-throughs for fast food, no drive-throughs. Well, is it really the council's responsibility to make those decisions? If people want to go for the drive-through, why shouldn't they be allowed to? You know, even if they want to go to the drive-through on their bike or even walk there. You know, sorry, but you know, I just think that it really is overstated, and when it's not balanced. So it's a very general comment. Not that I'd probably stand any chance of influencing what's going to go through. And the other thing, and I've already raised the point about the viability, and what's been interesting tonight is that we haven't talked about some of the really critical things like housing mix and you know, some of those critical things. But the viability is one really interesting thing, and I'm not convinced that we have evidence that supports that this plan is actually a viable plan. It says it is. I can't see the evidence of it, and it's contrary to the view of the developers do, who say that it's not. It's not. Anyway, we're all tired and we've had enough of listening to me waffle on. So I could wax lyrical for hours on this, to be honest. And I read every single page twice. So I'll put that into Jess Gibbons' busy diary. So I think I'm gonna draw this I can't bring it to a conclusion just yet, because I do think that we've got to go very quickly through the recommendations just to make sure that we're looking at what we're being asked to recommend. So we go to recommend that the cabinet recommends to council that the draft BCP local plan and draft civil charging schedule are approved for sublet consultation for a period of 6 weeks from January 2024. Are we content with that? Any dissent? Okay, we're agreed on that one. B, any minor changes following council on the 9th of January to the draft BCP local plan and draft civil charging schedule are delegated to the Director of Planning and Destination in consultation with the portfolio holder of Dynamic Place. Changes to the corporate strategy resulting from the outcome of Cabinet on 13 are delegated to the Director of Planning and Destination in consultation with the portfolio holder for Dynamic Places for consideration and incorporation. I'm not sure how much that would influence. I'm told in the draft that officers have seen a draft of the revised corporate plan. I haven't seen it yet. I don't think it's been presented to Cabinet formally yet, but the draft documents I read suggested that they had considered it, so we wouldn't hopefully expect too many radical changes. So I'm personally happy with that. Members, yeah, okay with that. Okay. Oh, we went through D, didn't we? What did we decide to do? We agreed that someone would look at the wording for that, and you've undertaken to do that. So
Change of the wording of D.
Yeah.
I think
that's what I said.
If you were to say decision to submit the draft BCP local plan and and the results of the public consultation, it would work.
Okay, but we've already agreed that they would
They're
look
gonna
at
change
it,
it.
so they're going to change it because we all agreed that it was Longsword soy. It was very
Okay.
good, yeah. And oh, another thing that we haven't actually touched, and that is the local development scheme is approved to reflect the amended timetable. But I don't think we have a problem with altering that. Okay, so we're right with that. So I'm happy to close this element of the debate. Thanks for that. It's been interesting stuff. No, we don't need to. We're all agreed, no dissent. So thank you, officers. Great. We've just got to go through very quickly through the agenda item on the forward plan, probably, which I'm going to be very quick about because, as members will know, that we've all been asked to think about items for the forward plan, and we've actually got a session on it next week. I think next Tuesday, isn't it? Next week, and you know, we had a slight change of approach on that. What we really want is members' ideas that reflect their residents' concerns. We won't give you a long list that you can pick off and say this is what we ought to be looking, like a cabinet forward plan, for example. We really want to know what your residents want us to think about and to scrutinise from their perspective. So the residents will be the lens that we'll be looking through. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did have some suggestions. I must admit, I put them forward at previous OSBs verbally, and I noticed there's a form been sent out for submitting it. Is there a deadline for getting that form in? Have I missed it already?
No, you haven't missed it, and you know, we will be discussing all of these proposals in our workshops that we've got coming forward. Yeah, Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just on the, I know I sound like a bit of a broken record, but I've requested an update on Wessex Fields. It has been put in the forward plan for April, which just seems like an awfully long time away, considering some of the comments by the leader recently about possible disposal or options being considered. So I'd like for us to have a more immediate update ahead of any decisions being taken.
We will consider that when we're doing our workshop for forward planning. It is difficult because in February we're looking at the budget. January's agenda was already full, and there are a long list of things that we want to squeeze in. But I take your point, and we'll certainly consider it. Yeah, thank you. So I don't think we want to really dwell on the forward plan, other than say we've got a workshop that we're going to decide what we're going to be doing. And I think that's it. Everybody happy? Okay, meeting closed. Thank you, members.